Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. We're continuing our examination of TurretinFan's response concerning Revelation 16:5 by Nick Sayers. And so TurretinFan is going through my book. He's going through recently through a lot of my debates on this issue. I guess he's just exhausting everything that he can find about this issue. And so we are at part 27, and so we're going to get straight into this. And so TurretinFan has made a lot of responses, and so this is his part 20. So we're going to go through this, and so we're at about the 46-minute mark. And so what happened last time is I think YouTube have a strange way of setting up their windows, and so I think what happened was I opened up my videos instead of opening up my live videos, and it gives you a new preview of some of the videos that you have. And so I think what I did is I clicked on a video that I had previously done, and so I actually covered over some of the material that I'd already done. But that's fine. It's like, well, out of 27 videos, I, stuffed up one sort of, I thought I'd do it late at night. I just jumped straight into it, and halfway through I was like, actually, I've answered all these, but I just kept going with it for a while until I realized that I should really, fast forward to where I was, a few days before. And so I worked that out. But sorry about that if you endured through that and you're watching and following this series. Now, I think this series is actually a fascination to some, geeky people out there. I think someone like Jan Kranz would probably even be watching, this type of thing, because this helps him with this issue. And I know that some of these guys, Peter Gurry, Elijah Hixson, they do tend to pick a fight on Facebook at times with someone who's knowledgeable about one particular area, even if they completely disagree, because what they want is they want that competitive interaction so that the best answers can come out, the best defenses or the worst defenses, hearing everything about the topic. And so I was thinking about it the other day. I thought, well, some of these guys are watching what we're doing. I'm not getting a huge amount of hits. Like, this is probably the most unpopular thing that I've done, but it's like I don't really care about the popularity. I just want to get information out there and seek truth. And I guess in a way, if TurretinFan wasn't doing all these videos, I wouldn't really bother. But I think the thing is, like with TurretinFan, I'm going through his latest videos, and it's quite, like I've mentioned this before, but it's quite tiring just to hear him not even agree with one single point. It's like, if I was to just turn on the news and just stop it every 10 seconds and say, no, that's not true, no, this and that, and just disagree with absolutely everything. They can say, the sky's blue today, stop it. Well, the sky's not always blue. It's like, sometimes I'm just left there shaking my head going, why is he actually I think he's actually defaulted to a position where anything I say, he wants to counteract it, which that's fine. It makes you question everything. But ultimately, at the end of the day, out of all these videos, what's really come out of it for me? Well, he has shown that James White in 2013 admitted that he doesn't follow the NA28, where I thought he said that in 2019. So, okay, good point. But apart from that, a few typos here and there, a few ways. It's like, well, I'd word that better. And it's like, yeah, okay, well, we all would do things different in retrospect. But at the end of the day, I don't know I don't think that there's really anything that has convinced me against my position whatsoever. And so, anyway, we're just going to continue going through this. So I'll just jump straight into it. But listening to some of the debate analysis, and so this is why I really want to try and catch up and go through these videos, because I want to because I'm listening to these and then I really want to respond, but sometimes you get all these responses in your mind and then you're doing the video 2 weeks later. So that's why I really want to catch up. So hopefully today we can do that. I'll go through part 20 and then I think there's part 21. Let's just open that up in a new window. TurretinFan. Okay, so we're at part 20, and there's part 21, which I think is the end of the analysis of the book, or he's cleaning up a few things. So then we have the debate review with Stephen Boyce. Then we have a debate review with Michael Borowski, and also with another guy I did a debate with. I can't remember his name at the moment. But then he's going through Josh Gibbs's material, which is pretty much he's just reading through my earlier article that I had on that. And so so we got quite a way to go. We've got to finish this video. Then we've got a 3-hour-long video to go through. Then we've got a 2.5-hour-long video to go through. Then we've got nearly a 3.5-hour video again. Then we've got another two-hour video. So we have lots and lots and lots of things to go through. And at the end of the day, I'm hearing his arguments over and over and over. And it is just getting to the point where it's the usual, I know he doesn't like people saying this, the critical text guys, the usual critical text guys like, well, whoever said something, just like don't demonize them to the point where they're an atheist or anything like that, but demonize them to the point where they forgot, they slipped on the banana peel moment, that they had that type of moment. They were walking through the scriptorium and just sort of grabbed the wrong manuscript, or they're in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong information, with the wrong, it just becomes ridiculous. And this is what I said at the beginning. I said that people will actually make up anecdotes against a position, and then they project onto me that I'm making up stuff, and it is quite amazing. But the whole thing about Theodore Beza having a manuscript. Now it's see what happens is I see the little foot goes in the door, like you're trying to shut the front door to that, and there's foots there, and it's like, but then after a while there's a whole body there, and then the door's wide open to this type of thing, where it becomes, Theodore Beza, he said he had an ancient manuscript, but is that really true? Did he actually? And because it's questioned, or because it's just put on the notice board, like, well, we're not really sure about this. Then a few videos later, it's almost just coming out saying, well, he didn't have an ancient manuscript. And it's like, how did you make that jump logically? And you just sort of, they're trying to defend, something that should just be a given. So it's just because they don't like that conclusion. And see, the thing is, this wasn't even an argument in 2019. Like in 2019, when I wrote my book, people weren't really talking about, ancient manuscripts and all that sort of stuff with Beza. Now, I did previously, probably 10 years before, that was my main argument, that he had an ancient manuscript. And so I was using that, but then I sort of convinced myself that out of that argument, went a different way. But then I was like, wow, with the retranslation of the Latin there, of the annotations in Revelation 16:5, clearly saying he had an ancient manuscript. And the more that I go through material talking about that, people throughout history have said, well, Beza said he had an ancient manuscript. And it's in a lot of commentaries where people say that. People who know their stuff about text criticism and the rest of it. And so, this type of thing was very well known, very well accepted. But then it's just become like I said, you get the foot in the door of a little bit of doubt, and then the next thing you know, that just becomes the main narrative against what you're saying. And what I find too is people tend to feel comfortable if there is some sort of leading scholar who says something like Jan Kranz. Now, I've got beef with Jan Kranz because I find his work very deceptive. A lot of what he said about Erasmus and Beza, it's in a light where he's trying to make out that these guys are, the Laurel and Hardy. You know what I mean? They're just bozos. And now he'll say some very good and interesting things about these people, but TurretinFan's seems to think that he's like a neutral guy who's, he's got no barrow to push. He is absolutely anti-Textus Receptus. He writes articles against the Textus Receptus. He's even gone out of his way to come against like Thomas Holland with his King James only concepts of Revelation 22:19, the Book of Life, and his defense on that. He's gone right out of his way to scold him publicly and all the rest of it, which I think he probably needed that because it was a little bit low-hanging fruit. It was sort of, he wasn't saying things properly. But it's sort of like, who is this guy from academia stooping down to talk to King James only as TR guys and doing articles on the ECT blog about why you should not follow the Textus Receptus. And so he has a barrow to push in this. And so this is one of the things TurretinFan's making out. He's just sort of a neutral guy. He's a scholar in Erasmus and Beza, and it's like, usually they're the worst. You know what I mean? People who know a lot about a subject. It's like someone who knows a lot about constitutional law. It doesn't necessarily mean that they support the Constitution. If they're a communist, if they absolutely hate the constitutional republic, and things written in the Constitution, they hate all the amendments, they hate everything about it, they can still be an expert on it. And so this is one of the things, when I've gone through Jan Kranz's material, I've found that I could never figure out why James White would come to such bizarre conclusions. And then when you read through Jan Kranz's material, you're like, that's where he gets it from. Where, the anecdotes, the strange, bizarre concepts that, Erasmus didn't really know what he was doing. And so he, amended his text at Revelation chapter 22. He said he amended a few words because of homoioutheton, where it has the Book of Life in Revelation 19. But no, they've found this manuscript. It was probably owned by Ruckman. But if you were collecting manuscripts, usually you collect the same manuscripts if you're going to make a collation. You collect, like say, Henry Saville collecting the 15,800 manuscripts of the best manuscripts that he could find of Chrysostom, so he could collate his material. He's not going to go and just grab any manuscript. He's focusing on one thing. And so Ruckman, he had a copy of the Andreas commentary in Revelation, but the collectors of those days collected more than one. They didn't just go, I've got one, that's it. That they were usually hoarding these. Like it's like Erasmus was with New Testament manuscripts. He's putting them all together. He's trying to get different readings and variants and things like that. That's what Ruckman was doing. That was part of his whole life was going through this type of material. And so he had this manuscript, lent it to Erasmus. But people go out of their mind when you say, well, he probably had more than one. They're like, what? When I'm collecting football cards, I only collect the one. I don't need 10 of them. It's like, they're making collations for printing most of the time, And so I just find it really strange that people don't think outside of the box. Some scholar just says something. Jan Kranz will say something and people just go with it. And I find they actually find comfort in that, because it's like, well, if they have to actually pioneer a thought or pioneer an anecdote where one of these guys in the Reformation is a forgetful Joe Biden type of guy, or just a bozo or a liar or whatever, they feel uncomfortable doing that. But if there's some scholars already said it, they get very emboldened and go out and just publicly, like, hey guys, this is what really happened, and it's almost like they've just got 100% confidence now in what they're saying. And so here you have Reuchlin with the Book of Revelation. He was a collector of manuscripts, and so it just seems strange that people would go against that whole narrative. But anyway, so what happens in Jan Kranz's book? He makes out that Erasmus used that manuscript, but then corrected, instead of just correcting a few words, no, he corrected 136 words, because years later, Franz Delitzsch found this manuscript, and it was like, it had Reuchlin written on it. It's like, well, it's probably Reuchlin's. It's the same. It's an Andreas commentary. It must be Erasmus's. Can't think outside of the box and think there was 2 of these or 10 of these, or there's like 100 copies still in existence of Andreas's commentary on Revelation. But no, it has to be the one, And so they go to the last page on Book of Revelation. There's 136 words missing because the last page has fallen off. So then they turn around and say that Erasmus is a liar, because he said he only amended a few, and he amended it from the Latin, put it in his annotations, and so that could be fixed in the preceding editions, which it was. And so, and he put in the annotations. I just wanted to let you guys know exactly what I was doing. This is what happened, because when they were writing the copy of the Reuchlin manuscript, they would have had, because it was a commentary, it was Greek commentary and text, so they would have had to extrapolate the whole Bible out of that commentary. And so while they're doing that, they've gotten to the end, and there's homoiouton there. So he's like, okay, I amended it from the Latin, but I want to let you guys know. But the guys from Reuchlin, they have, the guys from Aldine Press, Aldus, they have manuscripts in the Book of Revelation, and so they're going to fix it. But then there becomes this whole loop where Erasmus, or apparently it never got fixed. So they're just like, it didn't get fixed. And it's like, okay. And then Erasmus tricked himself, because the Aldine printers printed in 1518 the entire Septuagint and the New Testament. So it was the first ever entire Greek Bible printed. But they used primarily Erasmus's text. So he goes to the Book of Revelation, goes, let's just copy what they've got there, which was his own back translation. So this becomes this anecdote that James White uses all the time. And it's tiring to hear this type of ridiculous, comical, like, I don't know. When people tell jokes and they're just not funny, and it bores you to tears. That's when James White starts talking about this, you can tell he's getting wound up. Usually in a debate, he looks at people out in the audience looking for the ones who are going to laugh at the same stupid joke that's been going on for like 20 years. And he goes, and sometimes he even doesn't say it even properly, but people are so timed that they're so programmed to at the right time to laugh. He's like, Erasmus tricked himself, and he had his own reading, and you hear ha 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 in the background. It's like, some James White fanboy has been following him for 40 years, and he's like, he knows when to laugh. He knows, that's a joke. And the thing is, this is the type of tactics your atheists use. The Monty Pythons just make things funny, just mock something, and hopefully people will go, oh yeah, that looks silly. Make the person feel silly, and then they'll retract from that type of argumentation, where that shouldn't be in apologetics, but it is. And unfortunately, we're seeing that this, because See, these anecdotes about the manuscript and Beza didn't exist in 2019. When I wrote the book, I would have put that the information about the manuscript in my book had I had researched it a little bit more, had Jeff Riddle done some research in 2018 or whatever, but it all sort of came out after my book. So I was like, wow, that's great. This is like, as soon as I wrote my book, a whole bunch of other information came out. And I'm like, this is fantastic. People are really jumping on board with this. They're running with it. And so what I've seen is the rise of this anecdote. Okay. So it first came out with Jan Kranz, and so I would frequently look at his conjectures on the Munster database, and I'd jump on there and have a look at, because, he's doing scholarly work and he's looking at, commentaries I've never heard of. It's like, oh, okay, who's that guy? And I'll look at it and look it up and look at the originals. And at the end of the day, someone like Jan Kranz can just make this story up out of thin air and just say on his website that Beza didn't have a manuscript, or he tricked himself. He can just make that up, and that just becomes the official. And if he puts that into print, then it's just absolutely 100% official. And so it's quite remarkable to watch people just swallow this rubbish. I guess we see this in politics, with certain politicians. There's certain, it's like you say something long enough. We know Goebbels said if you say a lie long enough and loud enough, people will believe it. And so it's like, what we've seen in the United States with politics, people like, Russian collusion or whatever. And here in Australia, we just watch it from afar and just sort of, it's like watching the Roman Republic, argue about certain things. You just see that the certain media outlets just go, okay, we've got a narrative we've got to push for the next 4 or 5 years. Whether they want people to actually believe that narrative or not, it's that they might be a distraction or whatever. But it's just everyone deep down knows it's a load of rubbish. It's a lie, and so they keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. But then after 5 years, people are parroting it, going, "Yes, there's Russian collusion. Yes, and it's like, are people actually believing this rubbish? And that's what I see with these anecdotes. The anecdotes, the rash wager of Erasmus, the rush to print concept. Yeah, and this Henry Stephanus being, an 18-year-old bozo. I've seen the rise of that, but I've tried to squash it. But you do see that pop up just in Facebook chats and other forums. But the whole thing of Beza, he tricked himself. It's like, can't you think of something better? It's like to me, this is like on the level of absurdity. Out of 10, this is like a 9 out of 10 of absolutely absurd reasons why you wouldn't take Theodore Beza at his word. It amazes me that people don't take Erasmus at his word when he talks about, in the book of Revelation, chapter 22 and verse 19. He said he mended a few words. 136 words, of course, because Delitzsch found this, and that overthrows the Textus Receptus, and in that generation, they're like, see, Erasmus was a liar. He didn't, they were, if Reuchlin had known about this, all it would have taken was Reuchlin to go, hang on, no, the manuscript says this. And all of Erasmus's career would have been destroyed. And so as if he would just publicly do that. Beza's just going to say, I've got an ancient manuscript. What? And all of his friends just went, he's got an ancient manuscript. Where is this ancient manuscript, Beza? I can't show you. It's in the hidden realms of this. He had a team of people working with him. He was probably one of the most scrutinized text critics of his era because he was at the top of the hill. And so, he had certain scholars who were better than him, let's say Tremellis and Jenius, who I mentioned over and over. But these type of guys, they were better at a lot of like with the Hebrew, with the Syriac, with the Arabic than Beza was. So he's got to be careful about what he says about those languages. He's got people surrounded around his concepts, around his annotations, who are critiquing it. He's got Roman Catholics going through his material with a fine-tooth comb, pointing out any inconsistencies. He's publicly debating Roman Catholics in France. And so what he's just going to come up with this concept and just, a leader, like I guess it's just like, he was like the Westcott and Hort of his day. They're just going to come out and say, I've got an ancient manuscript, blah, 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 and then just run into hiding. They're like, where is this manuscript? I mean, you can make a movie about this. I reckon people are just, they're so into Hollywood movies and conspiracy weirdness that they just see it in everything. And it's like, can't you just take someone at face value? Have you ever, it's like that's not an option on the table. It's like, okay, what are the options about Theodore Beza? Well, we can't say he had an ancient manuscript because that sort of ruins our narrative that it's conjectural inundation. And that means that James White, all the way through down to, Everhard Nestle, because he said that in his 1598, Greek with the Nestle alarm text, you can't have the originator of that being wrong about Revelation 16:5. And you go back further and people are saying conjecture. So for like 200, 250, 300 years, people are saying this sort of rubbish. You can't have all them being wrong. So how about we just make up a story about it, so then it makes all those people right again. And it also makes it so people can't trust the Textus Receptus. And also, people will distrust Beza, and so they'll think he's a clown. It's white, like there's just nothing on the table that just goes, yeah, he probably had an ancient manuscript. And so this is what I find. Sometimes I'm just sort of like, someone's written, the sky was blue on January the 4th, 1972. It's like, the sky was blue. I just take it at face value. No, it wasn't. Well, if you drove, 1,000 kilometers from there, it wasn't blue. There was a storm that day. So you're not talking about there, and just you just end up arguing about something that should just be a given. And, it does amaze me. And, I've often brought this up just going through James White's material. It's like you go through the debates and it's like, oh, here we go, guys. Here's another anecdote. Get the circus music happening. Get Beza fumbling out, just with his beard and looking like Joe Biden. Like, where did I put that manuscript again? So, I think it's on the shelf here. Oh no, that's the Collations one. Okay. Oh, that's right. Henry Stephanus, he was an idiot. That's right. Oh no, let's do that. It's clownish. It's ridiculous. Why not just read through his material and go, okay, well, that's what he said. That's probably what he had. Shock horror that someone who is in the realm of Christianity would just say, hey, wouldn't just lie to the general public. So this is the thing. I'm like, you guys are saying Beza's a liar. So, no, I'm not saying he's a liar. Just an idiot. So I'm not saying he's an idiot. I'm just saying he's not really being absolutely honest, or he tricked himself, and you don't know where to land yet, because this anecdote is still in its puppy feet stages, and it's going to develop into. And the amazing thing is, this wasn't around like 2 or 3 years ago. This anecdote, it's just been made up now, and I've seen the formation of it and how it's spreading, and people are just like, he didn't have a manuscript. It's like, okay, because James White's book says it. You just got to fit it into that narrative. It's quite amazing. It's, to me, it's absolute desperation, because they know that. And when that came out, that that's what it means. It's like, wow, that's great. It's like, oh well, I guess the critical text guys will go, yeah, well, he did have an ancient manuscript. We don't have it today, but now it's like, oh, we don't have it today, so it doesn't exist. It's like, okay. I guess you know, the Spanish Armada didn't exist because we don't have the boats floating around today. You know, it's like people wrote about this. It's historical. It's you don't have to have it in your hand today. And so this is one of the things I'm understanding, because obviously I was a little bit behind with James White's tenacity concept, because that's really the only thing that I can think of that TurretinFan's actually brought out in my book that you would go, okay, well, I'll change that. But at the end of the day, this tenacity concept means that they have to have it in their hand today. So just say, there was a website hacker, someone like, the WikiLeaks type of thing, but they were just going around destroying databases over the internet. And they destroyed a whole bunch of information about manuscripts. And also the Vatican burnt down, Mount Athos burnt down. And, I guess during the book of Revelation, half of these places are going to burn. And so I guess you won't have all the Greek manuscripts there. They'll all be in ashes, so you won't have a Bible. What are you going to do then? So these guys don't sort of rely on, okay, historically, let's look at what Beza said he had, and let's look at the evidence. Yes, we mightn't have it today. And so these guys, like listening to TurretinFan, he seems to think that we've gotten almost everything that they had in the Reformation. It's like, no. Like, I'm almost like the opposite. I would say they've probably got about like 5% of what the Complutensian guys had, what Erasmus had, what Stephanus had, what Beza had, even what the King James translators had. I mean, even the King James translation happened. They had a whole museum sort of dedicated to that translation, and in 1666 it burnt to the ground. It's just gone. And so that's why a lot of, we have to sort of come around the back. We have to go in the back door and the side doors to understand about that manuscript. And we find little bits and pieces here and there. And there's more and more stuff coming to the fore. But it's like, wouldn't you love to just go to this museum and find out all about it? And when I mentioned World War II, all these manuscripts, World War II, 1 million manuscripts, that's what Dan Wallace says. I'm talking about Dan Wallace, the one who is the guru of textual criticism, the critical text guy. Is he just wrong? You have to prove him wrong. It's not you proving me wrong. This is his statement in the Credo course, teaching on textual criticism. So he's either the guru in the field who knows his stuff and has CSNTM, is looking at all these manuscripts, knows the stats. So either he's correct or not. And so he's saying 1 million manuscripts went in World War I. And usually I put a caveat: 1 million manuscripts in World War I were destroyed. And I say alone, because you've got to take into consideration, the peasants' revolt, even when Henry VIII turned basically Protestant, a lot of the monasteries and Catholic churches were, a lot of manuscripts went missing because people started leaving these places, grabbing manuscripts, hiding them. That's when they get destroyed. And instead of sitting in the church for 3 or 4 extra 100 years, they're in someone's cupboard for 10 years, and they get wet, they get destroyed, they get moved, they get ripped, they get burnt, they get all sorts of crazy things happen. And so could you definitively say that Erasmus, when he was in England looking at manuscripts and all the rest of it, that exactly what he looked at, or that those manuscripts didn't get destroyed just in that period of time? And then you've got Bloody Mary coming along, and then that's just in England. Look throughout Europe, look at the wars they've had. And I'm just talking about wars. I'm not even just talking about like the Great Fire of London, where it was like 400 acres of London just burnt. How many manuscripts got destroyed in that? And so I can't understand why the math doesn't go, oh yeah, Nick says he's saying 1 million biblical manuscripts got destroyed in World War II alone. So we would go, okay, World War I, then we go back through all the German, French, Spanish, English, all those wars, then all the fires and all the floods and all the, seasons of persecution on and off. And we would go, in those times of upheaval where, churches were taken over and people kicked out of their positions and all that some of these things got stolen, destroyed, ruined. And that would be the logical conclusion, not just for what into red herring, all this sort of stuff. Anyway, so let's go through.
As opposed to Venturas, which doesn't tend to have that same sense to it. But let's see. Let's come back here. So that's an interesting observation by John Owen. And then here's a fascinating piece, a commentary on the Apocalypse by Moses Stewart. I don't know his overall orthodoxy or anything like that, but actually I don't need to do that version. I just need this version. Here we go. So you can see that this is talking about the text. It's talking about the words following apo are all taken together as one indeclinable noun corresponding and expressive of the Hebrew word Jehovah, which is indeclinable, admits of no variation of form. You can sense the dependency on Beza's explanation here, if you remember from the previous episode. He said, whatever may have been the origin of this Hebrew appellation, whether it's purely of Hebrew etymology or somehow a foreign word expressive of supreme Godhead and adopted by the Hebrews, that's that horrible idea that Gesenius, I think, had come up with, and I think Nick had pointed this out, which was involved in saying that it was somehow related to the name for Jupiter.
So that's where, if you do your homework, you find out the people who believe the name of God is Yahweh usually get it from Gesenius, who popularized the concept that the name of Jehovah is actually Yahweh, and that the Hebrews stole it from Jupiter, Yahweh Pitta. And so that's another fact that has just sort of been overlooked and not really studied.
Which, is not correct. Still, it is certain that it is at a very early period, this was considered as expressing the God which always exists and was connected with
Haya or Hava. Exactly what I've been saying. So this is one of the things at the beginning of our examination, or TurretinFan's examination of my book. He's like, no, Haya, Hava, no, all the way through. And then it's like, nearly every commentary says it. It's like, and notice they're saying it exactly the way I say it. Haya or Hava. Now, sometimes I say Hova, usually because I'm trying to put into people's mind that etymological link. So it just like sometimes when I say anachronism, sometimes I'll say anachronism. So people understand, it's got chronos in there. It's just talking about a time. It's ana, it's against time. It's something out of time. So anachronism, you can't sometimes hear the chronos. And so I'll say it's an anachronism so that people get it. So sometimes I'm like, okay, it's the name Hava or Hova. And the thing is too, there is, in people's mind, they want that connection. I'm like, okay, so the word Hava is related to Jehovah. And so I'm just saying it just to usually English speaking people who can only read English. And so that I'm trying to pronounce the Hebrew word in a way that's palatable for them to understand that it's related to Jehovah. And so anyway, it's exactly what I say, and was regarded as connected with the verb haya or hava, to be. So, I guess this, whoever wrote this must be wrong, and, I think too, also TurretinFan needs to make a chronological timeline of these concepts, because at first he was saying I'm completely wrong about this. Then as we've gone through, he seems to have read more and more and become educated on this issue. He's like, and what Nick's saying is correct. But all those videos way back, he was saying I was wrong for quite a long time. And all the way through my book, he's like, no, I don't know. It's not really Hava or Haya. It's got, he should really say this. And here's this guy. He says, it was considered as an expressive of the God which always exists and was regarded as connected with the verb Haya or Hava, to be. Exactly. Like, let's just get my book. This is what was contested. I'll go to the first little bits. Now remember, all this was contested: the Hova, the Hava, the Haya, and the Hova Hava link. Jehovah Hava link is elementary to Hebrews. Means it's like the ABCs to that. For example, let's look at, I'm looking at Hava here. Has Hava to be, to exist, Jehovah. And they're putting the yod in front of it, prefixed, to show that it's a proper name. I mean, I've got Hava, to be or not to be, From the beginning, TurretinFan has been arguing against things that are like saying, you spell dog D-O-G. I'm not sure about that. And, and then finally, after like looking at it for like months, he's like, probably. So Helg says, now he's going for Joshua Gibbs, stopping the video every 5 seconds and nitpicking everything he says. It's becoming ridiculous. Yeah, well, I listened through the Stephen Boyce one. And, I mean, look, TurretinFan, I'm glad that he's critiquing it. I don't want to disparage anyone from going through my material, critiquing what I've said. And because all it does is sometimes people don't get what I'm saying, and so I've got to word it in a different way. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'll word it differently from now on or whatever. But most of the time it's just sort of like I'll be halfway through a sentence, like say the whole manuscripts from World War II. It's like, well, Dan Wallace said that 1 million biblical manuscripts got destroyed in World War II, and it's sort of like he's saying all this stuff, and it'll be like alone, which that's an indicator that I'm not just talking about World War II at all. I'm talking about World War II, World War One, all the other wars that have happened in Europe, floods, fires, thefts, times of peasant revolts where they just go through towns. Like, can you imagine, like in Paris, in the Revolution, they were just destroying churches. They even in Russia, the time of the Tsar, in the Revolution, what would have happened to churches and things like that when you've got the Russian Revolution happening and the Bolsheviks are going around, destroying things? People would have grabbed manuscripts and probably sold them and buried them, and so these things go missing. And up until that point, the Tsars were considered a major part of Europe, that they had a lot of historical interest in Greek manuscript. I mean, they had Codex Sinaiticus, a bit of Codex Sinaiticus there, which Stalin later sold. But it's like you've got those type of things in the hands of whoever. Nazis, you got the Bolsheviks, you've got the whole thing with Napoleon, and they burnt Russia to the ground. Moscow, sorry. They burnt Moscow to the ground, the people of Moscow themselves. And so, I mean, what happened to all those books? And gone. So we don't know what they had. They didn't catalog. The catalogs are gone. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm trying to say. We're dealing with fragmentary evidence. So I just don't know. In the critical text mindset, it's like, we've still got like almost everything. It's like, I think we've almost got nothing left compared to what they had, especially manuscripts, because they were constantly copying and writing manuscripts right up. And I mean, you think today, if Erasmus wrote a manuscript out 400 years ago, it would probably be perished and worn out now. But they were living in an era where things that were 500 years old, they were still having access to. And they were still able to look at things that was 500 years old because it still existed. And so those things definitely are 1,000 years old are probably just dust now. They would have been looking at fragmentary evidence back then that we just don't have any idea of, we don't know about. And so, anyway, it's just, to me, it's just a mindset that I would suggest that TurretinFan needs to get out of that mindset and think outside of that box. And I have tried to point this out in my book, but it got fought against. So this is the problem. Everything that I've said is nitpicked and fought against. And some of it's just logic. When you look at the Complutensian Polyglot, there were 600 copies of that. Now, today they have 123 copies. So 80% of it is missing, gone, lost in time. So that's a printed book that is 500 years old, okay? So you think if you went back 1,000 years, if it's 20% remainder, well, maybe you got like 10% or 5% remainder. Then you go back 1,500 years, well, hardly anything's remained, 1% maybe. So you would probably think that the amount of manuscripts that they had back then was absolutely huge, but it's just dust now. And so, these things have to be thought out, and you can't just attack someone for just pointing out some basic numbers. Because I think it was Beatus of Libano. I said, well, there's 31 of them in existence today. There's probably hundreds of them. And he's like, no, who says that? This is just pure speculation. And it's like, it's not just pure speculation. This is the logic. This is just logic. If you had a fleet of boats, like in the Black Sea, right, that were like 500 years old, and 90% of them had just sunk to the bottom of the ocean, but you had 5 that were 5% that were preserved. It's not just proving that the other one sank. All you have to do is look at how, like, manuscripts sit in museums nowadays. You can't, half the time you can't even touch it unless it's Sinaiticus. You can just go in there and slap the pages across because it's brand spanking new almost. And but most of these proper manuscripts, you're dealing with something in a glass case in an air-conditioned room, and to preserve them for hundreds and hundreds of years. I mean, you imagine on a hot day in London, when it gets up to like 40 degrees, and people are nearly dying just because it's almost like a normal day in Australia, but they're just not used to it. And you've got seasons where it's snowing, freezing cold, minus degrees, and then it gets right up to like 40 degrees. This fluctuation of heat and what they can do to manuscripts sitting in some old church in a cupboard, and it's like no air con. There's no way to protect the manuscript from these type of elements. You've got mold, you've got stink, you've got bugs, you've got all sorts of things. I mean, even just plagues of rats at times, and anyway, to me this is just logic. It just seems strange that I actually even have to explain this. If you've just looked into the history of the text of the biblical text for long enough, this is just a normal conclusion. Like if I wasn't a TR guy, if I was just like, okay, well, I'm going to teach you about manuscripts, and we probably only have this many manuscripts, and blah, 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 it would just be like, yeah, that's probably true. But because I'm a TR guy, it's like, no, everything's fought against. So, no. Like I used to work with a guy, and every time I'd go to say something, he'd go, no, and talk over the top of you. And so when he was gone, we'd all look at each other and go, no. It was just this really funny thing. But I sort of feel like that here. It's like, oh, just mention haya, hava. It says here, connected with the verb haya or hava, to be. No. It's wrong. And then, 20 videos later, he's just reading through this, not saying it's wrong. It's like, it's just because you didn't know. Now, I'm glad that TurretinFan now does know. And as I said, I'm not against him critiquing the stuff. I'm glad he is. But you can't just be like, you've got to say the good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay. This is whenever you're doing a critique. Now, whenever I'm trying to guide people outside of a cult or a lot of people say a church is a cult, because they do something that they don't like or whatever. But what I usually try to say to people is you've got to go and write down the good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay. Put all your feelings aside. What are some of the good things about that church you just left that you hate and you don't like the pastor anymore and they gossiped about you and they said this and said that, and go down and just write the good things, then the bad things, then the ugly things. Okay. Because in everything there is good. I mean, if you were to write the good, the bad, and the ugly about Hitler, you would go, okay, well, I've read Mein Kampf, I've studied history, he did the Autobahn, he did lots for, I mean, Germany was booming in Europe in the Great Depression. I mean, that's pretty impressive, But then he started gassing people. It's like, whoops, he's turned into a monster. And so you have the good, the bad, and a great speaker, great, team leader. He's able to gather people together. But you've got to be able to not just go 100% villain. And this is what's so boring about a lot of documentaries is they're so black and white nowadays instead of being colorful and actually looking at the human side of, if you have a villain in a movie and he has no redeemable qualities, it's just a waste of time. It's he's not realistic. When someone is a good guy and they turn bad, that's when you're really fascinated in them. You know what I mean? That's what movies that do that. They've understood the human character because everyone has good, bad, and ugly. So in what I've written about Revelation 16:5, it has to be the good, the bad, and the ugly. But unfortunately, what I've found is TurretinFan is just like ugly, 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 all the way through. And it's like, yeah, is Haya Hava, is that ugly? And I'm not saying it at all. I'm just saying I've repeated what scholars have said. Because this whole thing where he's going through looking at all these manuscripts and everything and looking at commentaries and looking at the Ethiopic, I've already done all that. And I've come out the other end to the conclusion. It's like, okay, I've concluded that Haya and Hava, that's related to be, that's related to Jehovah, that's related to I am. There is an expansion of the Triadic Declaration, which is relative to Jehovah. All these just elementary to me. It's like 1 + 1 = 2. So I've learned that. But if you don't know 1 + 1 = 2, you just, what's 1, what's 2, no, it's wrong. And then a few months later, it's like, actually. And, I've been wrong before. I remember, I used to gamble a lot before I was a Christian. So I used to go to the World Trade Center down in Melbourne. It was right in the heart of the city. And I used to play roulette, and I used to know how to do systems. I used to sit there with a roulette wheel, spinning it, writing down the numbers, so I could work out which group to put money in. And so I'm sitting there at the roulette table, and usually it accompanies drinking and things like that. So I've had a few, and I was certain that I put money on a certain group. And I'm like, 1. And so I went to grab the money, and this other guy pulled it towards himself. I said, I don't think that's yours. I think it's mine. He said, no. So the guy who was spinning the wheel, he just said, don't worry, we've got like 20 cameras on each table. And so he just made a phone call. And about a minute later, they just said, no, it's not yours. It's the other guy's. And I was really embarrassed. I said, look, I'm really sorry. Because it makes you look like you're a thief or whatever. I can be wrong, but usually I was drunk at the time. And I will admit when I'm wrong, even as a non-Christian, let alone as a Christian. If I'm wrong, I'll say, I'm wrong. But here, I mean, this was the foundational thing, hava or haya, to be. It's like, that should be mentioned. Yeah, I guess Nick was right on that. And what I'm finding is you go through everything that I've said, Nick was right on that. But he fought against it. Or Nick was right on that. But he fought against it. Nick was right on that. He fought against it. Nick was right on that. It's like, and that's why I'm doing these videos, and it's like, does the Ethiopic have the future form? He's like, well, yes, it does, but, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, does it have the future form or not? You know what I mean? Like, I think anyone looking at what I've said, anyone examining all this information would go, it's got the future form. It's got shall be there, the equivalent of shall be. It's like, no, I have to say no at first, but then it later on say, well, it does have the future form, shall be, but that's no, blah, 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 blah. You know, just, it's either does or it doesn't. But I think it's just because TurretinFan's just sort of learn about it. So he's fighting against it. And then he's like eventually reluctantly like, oh, yeah, it does have the future form. But he's not doing a video saying, yeah, I was completely wrong about, future form. I was completely wrong about the hava haya thing. He's not saying that. But anyway, I'm going through this. I'm in the thick of it. I'm in the trenches. So may as well just keep shooting in that particular direction. But I just find TurretinFan is just shooting at anything that moves at the moment. Going through those debate critiques, he is just absolutely machine gunning at anything that moves. Anything I say is it's like. So anyway, let's continue.
Haya or hava, to be. This is something we spent some time on earlier in Nick's series. Nick seems to have, I'm not sure what happened here in terms of, I think he took some of my comments as attack on what he was saying as opposed to just tweaks to what he was saying. But in any event, you can see this supports his earlier chapter work here. So in Exodus 3:14, Moses had inquired by what name he should announce the God of the Hebrews to his nation. He's answered, I am that I am. Tell them that I am, basically that I am has sent you to them. Here, as Jehovah himself speaks, he employs the first person of the future tense instead of the third, and he explains the etymology that way. The manner of this address seems to have been taken for granted, and then he talks about Theodoret and his testimony that the Samaritans pronounced it Yahweh, and the Hebrews called it Yahweh, or Yao. Sorry, not Yahweh. Yao. How he came to this, we don't know, but he says it confidently as though he knows what he's talking about. Whatever the pronunciation it is, the word itself is indeclinable. Again, that's an argument that Beza made. And John has imitated this in the expression in front of us. Ho'on is he who now exists. Ho'en, he who has existed. The verb itself in the preterite, I guess aorist, be preterite? I don't know. I think you mean, well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Being here employed because there's no form of a participle preterite, which could be joined with the article, while ho erkomenos means qui futurus est, he who is to come, or is to be. So again, this is this point that futurus est can mean he who is to come, and it can also mean.
So TurretinFan keeps pointing this out. What he's trying to do is say erkomenos and asomenos are synonyms, or erkomenos can be translated shall be. But why isn't it translated that way throughout the rest of the Bible? You've got to put everything into its context, because you have a lexical definition, but then you have a contextual definition. And so the contextual definition warrants for is to come. And it simply doesn't, like having is to be, it's not an exact synonym. So that's something that we'll have to probably go through, because this becomes sort of louder and louder as TurretinFan goes along, and even through the debate reviews, he's bringing this up. So I'll work out a way to explain that, and we'll bring that up in a later episode.
He who is to be. The Greek verb eimi affords indeed a future participle, namely asomenos. Then the Hebrew verb has properly none such, and therefore there's something else used in the place of it, which our text imitates. So this is an interesting theory that the author is proposing, which is that actually erokomenos is closer to the Hebrew than asomenos would be.
No. Asomenos is the future form of I am. And so, and which I've pointed out, this is what Coverdale did, Luther did. They had will be. And so that's because asomenos is, it means I am. But in the context, they regulate it to I am. But in a lexicon, it means the future form. And so you can't just get these words and say that they're exactly the same meaning. So it says here the Greek word eimi. So that just means I am. So you would say eimi kala efkarisko. And so that just means like I'm fine, thank you in Greek. So eimi is a very common word. So indeed, a future participle, asomenos, but then the Hebrew verb, and that's haya. And so remember, in my book, if you weren't fighting against this haya concept so badly, you would have actually read this. So it says the example above is revealing that at times the yod is prefixed to proper names, such as hava, in the form of Jehovah. Notice hava clearly means to be, to exist. This shows that hava has a direct link to asomenos, shall be. To be or not to be, that's the question. And then, that's what James White fought against. But then later on we can see I mentioned this in the commentary section. I'll just see if I can grab a bit of that. In the commentary section, most people are saying here's the cover note, I will be what I will be. So he's gone, this is a wooden translation of it, because it means the future form. I will be is equivalent to asomenos. And shall be, will be in the King James in Revelation 16:5, and that needs to be capitalized. There's so many mistakes in this. And so, just looking at will be from Genesis 26:3 to Zechariah 8:8, so it appears 43 times, but it has sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee. And it has I will be their God. And so will be is the word aya. And so this is the whole reason. So I sort of wish the TurretinFan, now that he knows all this stuff, would go back through my book and go, yeah, I see that now, rather than I'm learning this, it doesn't seem right. No, I've got to fight against it. And then, 20 episodes later, it's like, oh, yeah, most people are saying this. So I'll just see some of these commentaries. Okay, trade declaration. Well, even in this, the dodecaglot of Hata, notice Revelation 16:5, Hata has yeh and not holy in the Hebrew. Yeh means shall be, which is Beza's exact reading. And so I've written it out here. So you have Haya here. You have Hova. Hava, Haya, Hova. Yeah, I guess I haven't really even gone much into what the Hebrew words mean. But during this study, it was like these are relative to the name of Jehovah in the Hebrew. And not only that, but there is the whole concept of the construction of the first two letters, where people are looking at, well, this is Asher Hova, and then Asher Haya, and then Asher Hava. And so, yeah, just looking at those words, because I don't really explain it too much. I guess in a way I put those charts there so that people would sort of research it more, but I should probably explain the Hebrew a little bit better. So Yahya here in Revelation 16:5 still means to be, even in today's modern Hebrew, without the vowels. The etymological links to Hava and Haya can be seen here. Very clear. But I think what was happening is TurretinFan's just constantly fighting against what I'm saying. He sort of missed the whole point of why I was pointing out in Hata, because Hata was, he's doing a New Testament in Hebrew, and he's pointing out you got Haya, Hova, you've got all these type of links here, which point to, the past, the present, and future. And what these mean, even in modern day Hebrew, the yeh means shall be. So anyway, let's get back to TurretinFan.
So often in the New Testament, where we find, in order to signify that which is future, that which will be, the word come is employed. Days to come, world to come, kingdom of God to come, good and evil to come, wrath to come, etc. So this explains that same point that John Owen was raising earlier, which is that erkomeni is a kind of a Hebrew, not strictly a Hebraism, but it's a Hebraic way of speaking about the future. And therefore, there should be nothing, you shouldn't read into erkomena, the use of erkomen here, the idea that this has to do with Christ's second coming, just that it has to do with the future.
It says, so often in the New Testament where we find, in order to signify that which is future or that which will be, the word erkomai is employed. Okay, so that's a root word. It's not saying erkomenos. And so, yeah, we do see that all the way through Scripture. Days to come, world to come, kingdom of God to come, good and evil to come, wrath to come, etc.
And he just wants to wish them grace and peace from Jehovah, the self-existent and eternal God. And I think that's an interesting observation. I don't think Nick has a great answer for it.
Okay, so he sort of cuts it off short there. So I guess I'll have to look this one up myself. But I mean, I can't see anything I'm disagreeing with or that would disagree with my position. TurretinFan is the one who is saying that a homonos and a somonos are synonyms, that they're sort of like the same. So,
although I'm willing to hear what Nick's answer might be. And then finally, just as another example, Futurus est in Luke 9:44 was translated as "is to coming" or "is to come."
I mean, that's obviously is to coming. That's obviously some sort of, I don't know, is that Wycliffe or Tyndale? Is to come, is to coming. What's that from? What?
In some medieval English translating Latin at Luke 9:44. So, yeah.
Okay, well, this is on the website, so let's go and look these up. Okay. I'll just have to sort of find them by site because there's lots and lots of information. Okay. The Latin word futurus can sometimes be translated to come, or can the Latin? He's not saying it is. Interestingly, it depends on the context. Okay, so in 1532, because to me, when they're talking about this is where I think TurretinFan's getting it wrong. In the Latin, because most of these texts were in Latin, okay, and they're being translated into English. So they're saying in the text, it's saying who was and is to come, oikomenos. But then they're saying this is related to Jehovah, which means which was and is and shall be. So it's different. But when you translate that back into English, you've got, it looks like it's saying that because the pure, that's why I say it's the purest form of the text, because it's the one that lexically would be correct of the name of Jehovah, the one which was and is and shall be, but it has the one who was and is to come. And so that's different from the name, but they know it's related to the name. But so basically what they do is they mention both. So they say, okay, it means who was and is to come, because that's what the text says. And then it's like, well, the name of Jehovah, look, it says like, may equally be rendered is to be. But see, some of these are cutting off where the Lord what? And so, okay, we'll have to go to this. I think that's helping. Or is that the work of John Owen? Okay, yes, sorry, wrong one. Where the Lord says of the Spirit, which he promised to the apostles, that he should show them things to come. Acts 28:21, we read that the feast day was to be in the place of the Greek word oikomenos. Okay, so he's looking at examples of where oikomenos is at times the feast day is to be. But the thing is, it's not like the feast day will exist. The feast day it's like Christmas will come. And so interchangeably, you can say Christmas will be. What day? When's Christmas to be? When will it be Christmas? When we're talking about that, but the whole is to come is different to shall exist, and so. So it's actually just how it's being rendered into another language. But there is a clear distinction between erchomenos and esomenos. So and I don't want to do what TurretinFan's doing with a lot of my stuff. So I'll read through this and if there is something, look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay, so so let's look at the page where we were at. So here it is. Grotius agrees with our catechists, but says not one word more for the proof of his interpretation, nor in way of exception to ours. Then they say, as they say no more than Socinus against Balomane. Okay, so nor he much more than Erasmus before him. It's not really of that great interest. It says the next testimony mentioned in Revelation 1:8, I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending, saith the Lord, which is and which was and which is to come, the Almighty. To which is added that of chapter 4:8, Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, which was and is to come. What sayest thou to this? Answer, this place, they say, refers to Christ, because they suppose none is said to come, but only Christ, for he is to come to judge the quick and the dead. But it is to be noted that word which they have rendered to come may equally be rendered is to be, as John 16:13, where the Lord says of the Spirit that he promised to the apostles that he should show them things to come. Yeah, but not things that will just be. You know what I mean? It's anyway. Let's continue through. In Acts 28:21, we read, "At the feast day was to be in the place of the Greek word erchomenos. Lastly, who is there who knows not that seeing it is said before, which was and is the last, which is added, may be rendered to be, that the words in every part may be taken of existence, and not in the two former mention of existence." And not in the two former mention. Okay. In the latter of coming. So it's quite a complex way of writing this. I'm not sure if this was actually written in Latin and translated. It could be, but let me just read through that again. So lastly, who is there who knows not that seeing it is said before, which was and is, this last, which is added, may be rendered to be. And so that's talking about the havahaya type of thing, the esomenos type of thing. It's interesting that I am means the future form to be. So it's actually a very strong, lexical definition that the haya, the hava means to be, but then it's regulated in the context to I am. That the words in every part may be taken of existence, okay, past, present, future, and not in the two former mention of existence, in the latter of coming. Okay, it's worded very difficultly, so let's just continue. Neither is there anyone who doth not observe, so no one doesn't know this, that the eternity of God is here described, which comprehendeth time, past, present, and to come. But that which discovers this gross error is that Revelation 1:4 and 5, where we read, "Grace be to you and peace from him, which is, was, and which is to come, and from the seven spirits which are before his throne, and from Jesus Christ, who is the faithful witness, from which testimony it appears that Jesus Christ is quite another from him, which is and was and is to be." So notice he's saying to be, not is to come. or as they think is to come. So he's saying it's an error here. Okay, so that's just quite a big claim. He's saying it's like an error because of, it's detracting from the deity of Christ somehow in Revelation 1, 4, 5. Okay. So let's keep reading. There is not one place which they have mentioned wherein the word he used, erchomenos, may not properly be translated to come, which they seem to acknowledge at first to be particular to Christ. But 2, these gentlemen make themselves and their disciples merry by persuading them that we have no other argument to prove these words to be spoken of Christ, but only because he is said to be erchomenos, which yet in conjunction with other things is not without its weight, being as it were a name of the Messiah. Okay. So it's like a proper name of the Messiah. So we see it's in Genesis here. It says, or here in Matthew chapter 9, verse 3. So let's look up Matthew 9, 3. Is it 9:3? 11:3, sorry. Art thou who should come, or do we look for another? Okay, so let's go to Bible Hub. Check the Greek out. Maybe I'll just go to the interlinear. Hopefully there's no textual variation here, which just chops it into shreds and just destroys it. But it says, are you the erchomenos, or do we look for another? Very interesting. That's a great little verse there. Are you the erchomenos? Su iho erchomenos, or do we look for another? So that's what John the Baptist's disciple said. He said, go and tell them what you see. Okay, so very interesting. So that was one of the points here. I'm just looking for where that footnote was. It was number 1. Oh, yeah. So the name of the Messiah, Matthew 11:3 from Genesis, Roman numerals, So it may be otherwise applied. They are no less triumphant, doubtless, in their following answer. These words describe the eternity of God and therefore belong not to Christ, when the argument is that Christ is God, because amongst other things, these words ascribe eternity to him. Is this an answer to us who not only believe him, but prove him eternal? For, and they are upon the same pin still in their last expression, that these words are ascribed to the Father in verse 4, when they know that the argument which they have undertaken to answer is that the same names are ascribed to the Son as to the Father, and therefore he is God equal with him. Their answer is, this name is not ascribed to Christ because it is ascribed to the Father. Men must beg when they can make no earnings at work. We confess Christ to 5. We confess Christ to be alias, another person from the Father, not another God, as our catechists pretend. Okay, so this is quite a lengthy section, but it's worthy of consideration and worth thinking about, because he's obviously coming against some group, I guess, perhaps even the Catholics or maybe the Orthodox, in their view of Jesus, and because they do have a bit of a beef with the different persons. And so, and this argument also comes into play at Revelation 1:8, which is what he's actually talking about here. When you have the inclusion in the critical text of theos there. And so, so anyway, that's interesting, something to think about. But so this is the one that was read earlier. But I think we really need to be careful not just to skip over things. Okay, so this is in 2013, verbs in medieval English. Okay, so is to come, futurist est. It depends on the context. Luke 9:44. Let's have a look. Luke. Sometimes it's easier just to type it into this site. 9:44. Okay, I can't see a future form there. Luke 9:44, futurist est, is to come. Luke 9:44, it's definitely in. Is about to be betrayed. So it's not matching up, but perhaps if we go to multilingual, the Latin. Okay, so it's in the Vulgate. Futurum est. Okay, so let's put that into translate. They were all astonished at the greatness of God, and to all that were astonished at all that he did. He says to his disciples, lay these words in your heart, for the Son of Man is to be delivered into the hands of men. Okay. So is about. So this, yeah, it's futurist, but it's not the Greek. So I guess it's a roundabout way of saying futurist can be translated, but it's, I mean, then you've got to work out whether the Latin is translated properly. Melii, let's have a look at how that's translated. Whoops. Usually. Is going. Or in the King James Version, Herod will seek the young child. So that's the mellow, the wrath to come. Mellow was for to come. Mellow, the world to come. Mellow, the Son of Man shall come. Mellow. So yeah, it's quite a lot of appearances there. 110 appearances. But where I'm sort of stuck is this one here. I'm not sure why the next page wasn't put on there, because it's right in the middle of it. Okay, so all we have to do is go to the next page. Evidently, his paraphrastic designation of the word Jehovah implies thus much, nor can there be any good reason to doubt that in the time when the Apocalypse was written, it was customary among Jews to regard such a meaning as connected to the word Jehovah. Early Jewish writings confirm this view. Thus, Targum Jonathan on Deuteronomy 32:39, and then he's got Qui Erit. Has that's all in Latin, so I won't bother you with that. but then it has Targum, I think it's Hieronymus or something like that. More of the same nature of the later rabbis can be found in that strange name there, Scotageni. Even among the heathen, we find striking descriptions of the Godhead which are of a similar nature in Plutarch. The Temple of Isis, it talks about the Echomenon. It talks about the Kai Echomenon. So these aren't translated, so that's why I'm just going through that. Striking as it is, however, we are not obliged to suppose that the Hebrews borrowed the name Jehovah from the heathen, nor their modes of reasoning in regard to its significance. Okay, so that's what Gesenius was teaching. The thought is natural to a reflecting mind that an eternal being must have existed in time past, that he now exists and will continue to exist. No wonder that Jehovah, der Sehende, as the Germans say, that is, exister, if I may so express it, was used as the most significant name of the eternal and self-existent God. That the Hebrews sometimes form proper names from the future tense of a verb. Notice that from the future tense of the verb, from the equivalent to esomenos. Because that's where we understand I am. That's the etymology of Jehovah. You know. That the Hebrews sometimes formed proper names from the future tense of a verb is well known. And in the present case, if Yehovah, as Edwald and Hidzik confidently suppose, was a true pronunciation of the word, all is plain from this form as a hypothel, I think it is, future, and means he who causes existence. That the vowels which are connected with this name at present in the Hebrew scriptures are not the original and proper ones seems to be quite certain. Okay, so I wouldn't agree with that. For the present vowels are always the appropriate ones in Adonai, in Elohim or Elohim, and in one of these ways that is by using one of these appellations, the Jews always read and pronounce the name Jehovah. From time immemorial, they have done so, for the Septuagint version always renders Jehovah by Kurios, and Philo, Josephus, Theodorus, and Eusebius, with the rabbis, all bear testimony that the true sound of the name was never uttered except in the temple. This gives us a ground of why John has adopted the periphrasis in Revelation 1:4, the direct name Jehovah he did not choose to pronounce, even if he had ever heard it. He was unwilling thus to shock the feelings of his Jewish readers. The name Kurios he did not select in this case because it fell below the significancy which he wished to exhibit. Consequently, he employed a periphrasis of Jehovah. I've got to just periphrasis. Work out how to say that properly. Oops.
Periphrasis.
Periphrasis.
Periphrasis. Okay. Periphrasis. I'm saying periphrasis. Similar, but of Revelation 1:4, the direct name he did not choose to pronounce, even if he had ever heard it. He was unwilling to. Oh yeah, sure. So Jehovah, that was common among his readers, would have been perfectly understood by them. The reader who wishes to properly expose the attempts of several recent writers to show that the name Jehovah was borrowed by the Hebrews from some of the heathen nations is referred to in an essay of Tholuck on this subject, translated and printed by the Biblical Response 4 on page 89, etc., where the author has not only made out his own position in a triumphant manner, but reduced his opponents to straits, which will alternatively excite the indignation and perhaps the contempt of some readers that the Hebrews might coin such an expressive name. It says us Jehovah. Now, this is still a footnote, so continues here. Is sufficiently evident from this fact that other nations have done things of the like nature. For example, Zend language calls God Kauda, the self-existent. Sanskrit employs that word, the originator of his own existence. Did the Hebrews know less of God than the Parsis, the authors of the antiquated Sanskrit? Okay, and so that's about as far as he goes. Jehovah, So he talks quite a lot about this. So we have to get back, but I felt that it just cut off there, where he does talk about a lot of it, very interesting things. So yeah, anyway, let's get back to the video.
Not particularly deep points, but perhaps important nevertheless. Excuse me, what else can I say? That was all for part 15. Let's see, part 16, Nick has made some interesting points. Let's jump in there, see if I can find it. Oh, need to share this tab instead. Here we go.
Studying other works, like looking at Tychonius, how, what they're leaning on, or whether they're saying, Vetus of Libana is the best way to get to Tychonius. But at the end of the day...
So I think when I talked about Tychonius, I had said mistakenly, and I don't remember exactly where I had said it, so I'm grabbing this as an example. I think I had said recently that Tychonius was reconstructed by Gumerlock, but it's by Roger Grison, not Francis Gumerlock. Gumerlock may have provided a translation of Tychonius, but it was Grison's reconstruction. So the translator of the text is Gumerlock, but the actual reconstruction was done not by Gumerlock directly, but by Roger Grison, who's an expert in the field. Let's see if I can easily get the text that I want to show for this. Let's see, Third Angel might give me to the right page. Let's see if I can find it. Well, it doesn't have a page preview for this, but is there a way for me to show it anyway? No, I guess not. So anyway, ultimately, I think the point to be made is this. The reconstruction that Grison put together does have, for Tychonius, you are just who were and will be the Holy One, because you have judged these, which I think is the underlying point that Nick wanted to make about Beatus having some connection with Tychonius. This is the current reconstruction of Tychonius, but keep in mind that it's being reconstructed from people like Beatus. Now, Beatus used multiple different sources, and the text of Tychonius here is, in terms of its reconstruction, is dependent on Beatus, I believe. But I have to double check. I don't know if Grison's Latin is available online in a way I could easily access. So I'll leave that up to Nick if he wants to track it down and see what sources Grayson cites there as far as his basis for reconstructing it that way. Ultimately, I'm not sure it makes a difference because of the reasons we already talked about. But in any event, Futurus there, which is and is coming, or which is and which is to be or will be or shall be, is there in Beatus, and therefore also in Tychonius, or perhaps vice versa. Let's see what else there was. I know there was something else too. Let me go back to just the me view, see what else I had in mind to discuss from part 16. Let's see, around 2:45, 2 hours and 45 minutes in, there was another comment. So let's put this back this way. 2 hours and 45 minutes. Let's take a listen. Okay. Let's see. What else? He says it was a widely popular commentary. I don't know if it was widely popular amongst the Reformation era intelligentsia. Francois Lambert had already published his commentary, and that was printed, so it would have been more accessible to people like Beza. Did he refer to that? I don't know. Did he pay attention to what that text had to say about this topic? I don't know. Was Beatus on his radar? I don't know. As I said, it would be an interesting point to try to dig in. It's not enough to just say, well, he could have had access, and therefore, close the argument there. You want to?
I think in this case, it is because he's just so popular. Okay, so I'll go through. I'm just on the side.
So remember, if you're trying to establish positively that Beza was influenced by Beatus, you have to give some evidence that he knew of the existence of Beatus. The fact that Beatus was
here's another thing that just keeps coming up. It's like, because it's not mentioned that, I'm just trying to think of an example. Like, because it's not mentioned that Margaret Thatcher was influenced by Winston Churchill on a certain decision to go to war at the Falklands, because she doesn't mention it, but she pretty much does exactly, and everyone in that whole generation was educated in Winston Churchill's material, what he did during wartime, and he held pretty much a similar position. He was doing similar work, but we just must assume, according to the critics, that she didn't even know anything about Winston Churchill, because she doesn't mention it. I mean, you can see cause and effect. Okay, you can see things that are. To say that Beza didn't know of Beatus of Libana, it's like saying, I guess, that Donald Trump doesn't know anything about George Washington. It's like, okay, because he doesn't mention him at each point. It just gets to the point where it's ridiculous. It's like, of course he would have known this guy. Beatus of Libana is mentioned throughout lots of Reformation material. And so even just in passing, what you think he just saw Beatus mentioned, say, by Erasmus or by a whole bunch of people, and he just went, don't know who that is. I'll never look into that. He would have looked into it. He would have thought about it. I mean, you're looking at, it's like me saying, well, Jan Kranz doesn't mention it in his article on this and that, so he never did it. See, the thing is, TurretinFan tends to make statements that are very definitive as if he knows all the information. So no, he would have stated that he knew this. Okay, so have you read through all of Beza's material to see whether he did or not? No, you haven't. So you have to go, okay, well, like I've said before, you can't make definitive statements like say, okay, there's no gold in China. There's just no gold in China. So how do you know that? Have you dug up every square inch of China to see if there's any gold there? Have you personally done that? Oh, well, Beza, I can't remember what he said, whether he doesn't even know about this commentary or whether, because then it's like, oh, you find a reading where, he knows about the commentary. Oh, but he never read Revelation 16:5, as if he'd bother with that little, funny little quirky thing over there. And that's like with the Ethiopic. It's like, oh, he didn't know about the Ethiopic. And it's like, well, here, we probably knew about it. Well, he probably never, read Revelation 16:5. Who would have translated it for him? And it's just sort of like, it just gets to the point where it's, you're asked to prove something that should just be a given, that there were, well, the whole thing with the Ethiopic, I think, having Charles Stephanus do a book about the Ethiopic, the brother of Henry, it's like, what? And they would have never checked these readings, and like having true, like for me, just to mention Tremellius, it's sort of like, I don't know. Well, I'll try to put it into layman's terms. I'm just trying to think of an example. Okay, so I know in America you got a lot of rappers. Okay, so it's like saying, if I said, this guy here, he was a gangster rapper, and he knew Dr. Dre personally, it's his nephew or something like that. That would just, in your mind, automatically go, well, he knows all these other guys. He probably met Snoop Dogg and Tupac, and, I don't really get much into it, but it's like, they're the only ones I can remember at the moment. But it's like, he probably knew all those guys too, because they were all hanging around every day in the studio, all doing albums together. So if he knew him for that longer period of time, he probably knew about it. So it's almost just like a given. But then it's like, imagine if it's like, no, he never knew about Snoop Dogg. And it's like, well, no, he would have. No. It doesn't say, doesn't mention in his albums any credits to, it's like, you've got to, you think of just the laws of probability. The laws of probability are that if Robert Stephanus did a Textus Receptus edition, his son Charles wrote about the Ethiopic version, and his brother Henry went on to print all of Theodore Beza's material, you would think that Theodore Beza knew about this, okay? But then it just becomes, he didn't know about this particular place, and because what I find is, TurretinFan is pushing, because what he wants is, he wants me to dig these things out, me to answer these things, and that's fine. Usually when there's competition or debate, you tend to study a little bit further than you usually would. But sometimes I'm just stating things like imagine if I just said, okay, so this was Lancelot Andrews' wife, or he was single, so even that doesn't work. Okay, so this Richard Brett, he was a King James translator, knew the Ethiopic. So if I was to say, well, he knew Lancelot Andrews, I just said, well, he was one of the King James translators. They were both King James translators. Logically, you would go, oh, they most probably met. Not, oh, where's it written that they met? Where's the meeting times? Where's the minutes of, Lancelot Andrews was sitting in the same room as it? You just go, well, probabilities are that they did. And I'm not saying things that are way out on Mars. these things are just normal type of conversational things that you would say. You probably met this person, you know what I mean? Like, and so anyway, I just find this fighting against this type of thing is ridiculous with the Ethiopic, but especially with something like Beatus of Libana. It's like, did Beza know about this? And it's like, of course, like world leading scholar. I mean, let's just have a look and see if Jan Kranz knows of Beatus of Libana. Okay, so Jan Kranz. He's beyond what is written. Okay, here we go. Let's search for Beatus. If I can't find it there, okay. Beatus. Okay, that's not Beatus of Libana though. It's Beatus Renaesus. Preface to Erasmus. Okay. Oh, actually, no, he's mentioning Beatus Renaeus. Renaeus Beatus. Okay. Well, Jan Kranz doesn't mention Beatus of Libana. Didn't know about him. Still doesn't know about him. So I wouldn't make that conclusion. This is the type of thing. Imagine if I was just going through Jan Kranz's book. I do a search like this. I'm like, oh, he doesn't mention Beatus of Libana. Okay, well, he didn't know about him. You would go, no. Jan Kranz knows his stuff. He's probably even gone through a lot of the original source material of Beatus of Libana. He probably knows way more about Beatus of Libana than you know. And also, the thing is, TurretinFan's just like, okay, where is it in Beza's book? Why doesn't he mention it in a footnote at the end? And it's like, okay, so let's see. There is a Beatus. We'll go right to the end. Okay, maybe one page. Oops. No, he doesn't mention Beatus of Libana, so I'm amazed that Jan Kranz doesn't know about Beatus of Libana. How illiterate. He doesn't know about him. He doesn't know about any of his readings in Revelation. Of course, if you would have to exhaust all of his material to find that out, and you would give him the benefit of the doubt. I guess in a way I'm tired of fighting for things that should be a given. It's like, these two people were there on the same day. They were in the same building. They were there for like 2 years together, but they probably didn't know each other. It's like you just sort of left there going, okay, so how much more do I have to prove? Do I have to? I guess I'll get into the mind of Charles Stephanus, how much he knew Beza, whether they, when they were sitting around chatting, because basically they became the main people in Geneva with Beza and doing the work of Beza, printing books about the Bible, which Beza's all about, printing books on the Ethiopic edition, which apparently Beza has never heard of. It's like, it just gets ridiculous. Anyway, I guess I'm a bit tired of going over and over and over that sort of material. But yeah, Jan Kranz didn't know about Beatus of Libana. It's not written here. so he didn't know about him. I'm going to write to Jan Kranz and say, look, need to get your act together, need to figure out who this guy Beatus of Lipana is, because you're just, this is ridiculous.
A popular medieval commentator doesn't mean that he was read by Beza, or that Beza gave him the time of day, much less that Beza would have consulted the specific wording used in a commentary on the entire apocalypse in this text that Beatus had. There is nothing that's been presented to suggest that Beatus was one of Beza's primary sources. Could he have accessed it? Of course. Could he have?
So you notice he's making these statements. There's nothing that suggests this. Have you exhausted all of Beza's material? I mean, to me, it's like, okay, I guess maybe it's like saying, okay, well, I guess Beza didn't know about Lorenzo Valla. I don't know if it says Valla's name in Beza's annotations or not. If it doesn't, we didn't know about him. You just go, oh no, he was a very popular guy in Europe. Erasmus mentioned him, these other guys. No, unless it's written where I want it to be written, he didn't know, it's, it's just strange. And I guess that's why I'm sort of lost for words whenever I come to these type of things. And the thing is, the more that I search, the more that I'm like, okay, well, here we go. Here's an Ethiopic book about the Ethiopic Bible by Charles Stephanus, the son of Henry, who Beza took the mantle of the Textus Receptus off. And his brother Henry basically printed everything that Beza did for the rest of his life. And also he printed Tremellius and Janius's work as well. But they never knew about the Ethiopic. Specifically that one reading. Why would he even look there? Why would he, and this is projection too. This is TurretinFan projecting his level of scholarship, Google searching and the rest of it, and looking at a few books, putting that on par with someone like Beza. And as I've pointed out, sometimes you have to point to a real modern day scholar, like say, Georgios Babiniotis, say, for example. A real scholar, someone who knows their stuff, okay. Georgios Babiniotis. Now, when I wrote to him about Eugenius Vulgaris, he knew all about him. He knew that Eugenius Vulgaris had reformed the Greek language. Because this guy he's written 6 dictionaries and 200 books on the Greek language. Okay. So, he's the one who is in support of 1 John 5:7 being there. A real scholar. Sometimes I have to remind people who real scholars are, like David Crystal. Oops. A real scholar, even though he's a Catholic, if you go through his books, since the 1960s, linguistics, language, and religion. What is linguistics? The English language, and you go through it, it's like right up till like the 90s, he's written so much on the language. And then you go through up until 2011. That's when I sort of stopped actually reading his material, because I read Begat. But look, he's still, up until 2018. I don't know if he's even passed away or not. But he has written so much on the English language that it's like saying, he didn't know about Shakespeare. What did he know about? Oh, he doesn't mention Shakespeare here. I guess he doesn't know about him, or he doesn't know about Beowulf. Where's the mention of Beowulf in his works? He doesn't know about it. You would just go, well, okay, we're talking about David Crystal here. And this is where the penny's not dropping for TurretinFan of who Beezer is. Everyone in that generation who was worth their salt would have looked at Beatus of Libana. Let's just to prove the point. Okay, let's Beatus of Libana. Let's just go through this. He's best remembered today for the commentary on the Apocalypse, 1776, then revised, etc. Look at this. The commentary is a work of the erudition, but without great originality, made up principally of extracts of texts of church authorities, including Augustine, Tychonius, Ambrose, Irenaeus, Isidore of Seville. He relied most heavily on his work on the commentary of Tychonius, whose writings provided Beatus with much of the text of his work. In his last revision, Beatus added the commentary by Jerome on the book of Daniel. But, someone like Theodore Beza, would he be interested in Augustine, Tychonius, Ambrose, Irenaeus, and Jerome? No, he would have just gone, I'm heading out for a sandwich. I couldn't care less about this manuscript. The commentary was popular in the Middle Ages and survives in at least 32 commentaries, usually called Beatus, from the 9th to 13th centuries. No contemporary copies of Beatus's work have survived, so none of the originals. Not all the manuscripts are complete, some are fragmentary. 26 of these manuscripts are lavishly decorated. Okay, And so this, if you were doing any work on the book of Revelation, this is bread and butter material. Just from a quick look at Wikipedia, you can tell that this was, let's look at a few other bits of material. Library of Congress, let's see what they say about Beatus. So he combined many commentaries on the topic of the Apocalypse, such as St. Irenaeus of Lyon, St. Gregory the Great, St. Isidore of Seville, and 4th century scholar Tychonius. Maybe I'll type in Beatus of Libana and Reformation. Okay, so this is a Beatus of Libana. This was sold. St. John's Apocalypse, Beatus of Libana. I might enlarge in this. So, this is just 5 minutes of Googling around. It's not like I'm spending half a week on this. On his death in 1566, the Archbishop of Valencia, Martin Perez de Alia, left the manuscript to the military order of St. James at the Great Master's residence in Ucales near Sunica. I'm not sure where all that is. It remained there until 1837, where the possessors and the land of the church in Spain was sold. Okay, so this is the provenance of this manuscript. The Paul Getty collection. Illuminated manuscripts. Okay, let's just keep looking. Okay, it mentions Reformation here. Okay, some of these documents you have to search in the documents. So, information. Actually, maybe I should just type in Beaters of Libana. Beater. Do it come up. My site. KJV Today. Jeff Riddle. Pure Bible Forum. The Latin New Testament, Beaters of Libana. It seems to be, the first 10 are actually me in Revelation 16:5. Okay, that will be interesting. These are maybe Tychonius, because that would be mentioned if it. Okay. But it just seems like a shame that I have to do this, Okay, so it's pretty much TurretinFan and myself talking about this. Page 55. Ethiopic Book of Enoch. Okay, so let's see. It says page 55. Looks like an interesting book, actually. 54, 55. That's 77. I hate that. Here we go. A splendid example of two figures is provided. Okay, so the foregoing points are neatly illustrated by two examples or figures, the four winds of heaven, the eschatological banquet. This will be suffice to say that for the case of the text produced by Christians living under the Islamic rule, these two apocalyptic figures were well known by Christian authors through the New Testament use of the book of Revelation. Okay, so this is just a random book about Islam and Christianity. A splendid example of these two figures is provided, for instance, by the celebrated Abito of Liban's commentary on the Book of the Apocalypse, a work which exhibits clear connections with the Arab world in several ways. Although this was not the only example that can be observed, for instance, in the representation of the angel, the sun, and the four winds according to Revelation 7, as it appears in Bito of San Miguel, etc. And so they're saying that this was a popular book, just like I said. And so it was so popular. Well, maybe I should type in Betis of Libana, popular. Century, widely read and well known, especially in the early and high Middle Ages. Okay, so let's open that one up. It's one of the most important medieval manuscripts. You know, and this is a shame that I have to go to this length to just state the obvious, you know. Anyway, Betis manuscripts commentary. Let's enlarge in this. The commentary on the Apocalypse, written by 8th century monk Betis of Libana, has maintained its status as one of the most important medieval manuscripts for centuries. Almost immediately after its creation, copies of the work appeared in abbeys across Spain, the oldest of which is the sole fragment of the 9th century from the Abbey of Santo Domingo de Silas. The commentary peaked in popularity in Spain during the 10th century. Several extant manuscripts in varying degrees of completion were created in ecclesiastical institutions throughout the country. By the 11th and 12th centuries, the commentary had spread outside Spain, maybe into mainly into neighboring Portugal and France. So, but, you know, just pretend it doesn't say France there, because that's where, you know, Theodore Beza is from. But although the Middle and Late Ages looked to other sources for apocalyptic commentary, the manuscripts did not completely disappear. Approximately 30 copies survive, inspiring a wealth of study of modern academia in all fields. The scholarship cited in this project will look at scholarly studies addressing the commentary's text, the commentary's decorative program, and finally the close relationship between both. Ultimately, the text of the image of Betis's commentary cannot be separated, as the user utilizes both to fully interpret the complex messages. The commentary consists of completed writings from several fathers and doctors of the church, along with multiple prologues and exegetical writings of varying lengths, written by Betis himself. Unfortunately, no copy of the manuscript surviving today remains its incomplete original form. Although the work is valued for its text, the program of images has perhaps drawn the most attention. The manuscript illuminations emerge as some of the most important from the early medieval period, retaining remarkable consistency of style between numerous copies. Because the very first manuscript produced directly from Betis's writing no longer exists, the original illuminations are unknown. However, scholars have inferred from the consistent... okay, so they're talking mostly about art there. The Beda's text. Early studies in the Beda's commentary focus on identifying fragments and creating a chronology that represented their production. While several copies have been known to scholars for several decades, the discovery of previously unknown copies or fragments stimulated lively discussion centered on identification and dating. Whitehill's article presents an early publication of this process, specifically centered on the Silos fragment, now recognized as the oldest surviving example of Bedas's text. Whitehill employed a number of methods to study it, etc. So I'm more so interested in Reformation era stuff. It is already known that Bedas and Elipandus did not theologically agree on the position of Christ in relation to God. Bedas illuminations. There's quite a lot written here. I guess when you're selling a book that could be, $20,000 or $100,000, it's quite it's worth putting all this time into it to sell. Okay. Still just going through. Sorry guys, this must be very boring, but this is just what we have to do to defend the obvious. Completion. Okay, so search for, therefore no Reformation. Maybe I'll type in a few names. Cal. Erasmus. Maybe I should type in Bedas of Libana and Erasmus. Okay. Oh no, looks like a spammy sort of website. Anyway, you can see the direction I'm heading in. It's just sort of like, one of the most popular commentaries, that's got all these readings of these early church writers that are Jerome and, these are just, and, I know I say this stupid anecdote, but it's like, what else can you say? These are, when he went to the libraries in Europe, he walked in and here's Beatus of Libana on the shelf, and this green gas just came out like in Batman and Robin, and he just fell on the floor and woke up later, and his memory had been erased. And what else can you say? It's Beatus of Libana, widely read and well known, especially in the early and high Middle Ages, but just forgotten by the Reformation. Beatus of Libana, maybe World Catalogue. I can see when there were printings. Maybe Stephanus even printed this. This wouldn't surprise me. Like, seriously. This. Let's have a look. Stephanus. World Catalogue. This would be interesting. Beatus. And let's go to 1500 through to 1620. There's some that are just older reprints. So. Okay, so they're already printing these earlier on, Beatus. Actually, I'll just type in Stephanus. I'll do 100 or 50 results. Look, Erasmus, I think he wrote on him. 18 books. Beatus. Okay, so let's type in Henry Stephanus, the father of Robert Stephanus. Okay, so he's printed a book. Show more. Okay, let's open this one up. Have a look. Okay, so this name's coming up, Beatus Rehanes. And so we just want to make sure that we know who this guy is, because I don't want him to just be a printer. So it looks like he was like another humanist of that era. So a lot of these Beatus findings could just actually be him. So we want to separate from him. Wow, it's a nice Beatus of Libana. Wow, very nice. Very old too. Wow, this is a great site. The Geneva Codex. First rediscovered in Geneva in 2007, an Italian Beatus manuscript. Okay, so that would be interesting. It's in Geneva. Seems rarity from Italy. Was discovered in Geneva. Oh, they've got a video on it. I wonder if this is copyright. I would hate to ruin my video by putting some copyrighted material there. Maybe I can just find out about it. Okay, very interesting that it's in Geneva. But we want to research for beatus of Libana, not just beatus. Okay. So let's go back. We've got to be very specific. Okay, so that's beatus. Let's go back again. Beatus. Back again. And I'll search for Libana this time. But they do just put him under beatus here, which is a shame. Okay, let's have a look at beatus of Libana. Okay. Actually, I could just type in beatus of Libana and Stephanus. Okay, so fancy brackets. Not stronger. Was illustrated by Stephanus. Okay, let's have a look at that. Stephanus Garcia. Okay, that's not our Stephanus, but well, these sites are amazing. I really wish that I was doing more study into this and not just searching for something that was just to prove a point, you know, like Stephanus Garcia, okay. Maybe not it. No. Let's go back here and we'll go time sensitive. So we get 1500 to 1600. Okay, maybe we'll go through 1800. So do have beatus. I guess if I just do beatus, but then there was that other beatus of that era. Anyway, okay, the apocalypse. It's in 1770 though. Okay, beta supply banner in books. And I'll try that. 1500 to 1600. So I guess most of those are in Latin in that era, so I'd have to have the exact Latin. Apply year range. Or else end up with that. So it's got to be in the Latin. Okay. So Beatus of Labena, maybe even translate it. I doubt it. Here we have Beto di Libano. There we go. Beatus Libanus. Wow, that's great. Okay. But maybe they're just Spanish. Anyway, let's see if I can get one from 1500 through to 1700. Okay, I'll just go back because I pressed enter and maybe that ruined my. Here we go. Gibito di Labana. And there's nothing written by him, but he's got a book there with it written by him. So all these guys know about Beatus of Labana, but Beza, he didn't. Maybe. <clears throat> 29 copies. Interesting. Anyway, as you can see, we've sort of hit a little bit of a brick wall, but this one's interesting because there was a Beatus of Labana manuscript in Geneva. This site is amazing, actually. The Berlin Codex. Italy, early 12th century. So, I mean, this is written in Italy. Originates from central Italy. Now, I've got to be careful of this. Let's open this in a new tab. Let's see if there's copyright on this. Stop. And it's had 4 views. Does not originate from northern Spain, but central Italy. So they were doing copies of this in Italy. Okay. Now, is there any copyright that you can see here? I'm hoping not. Oops. Yeah, that's really cool, but it's not really telling us much about it. But that's a Berlin codex made in Italy. So the other one was a Geneva one, which Berlin codex. We'll check the Geneva one out. I guess in a way, I'll just have to search through and do some more searches, but I don't want to bore you guys to absolute tears. But it looks like they've got a video on every single one of these. Because these are facsimiles. I didn't realize. I thought they were originals. But this is quite amazing. You can have a whole library of these. I wonder how much they are. Oh, you're looking at between 3,000 and 7,000 euros. Okay, so let's look at this one. So we've gone full screen, but the screen hasn't matched up. That's it. Yeah, so this is another one from Italy. Aha, that's the picture that I've got. This one here. That's amazing. That's the exact picture I've got in my book. So it says, sanguine is blood. Domine. Here. It says futurus est. Interesting. So that's the actual reading. So if you were to be back in those days, you would read through this and you would read just are you, which I think it just has which was and which is to come. Okay. And then has sanctus, holy, there. And so it has I think it's on that picture, at the bottom of that picture. So I might just rewind it a little bit. Okay, so it's yes, it has. I'm pretty sure it has futurus est there. So anyway, I'll get my book here, and we'll scroll down to where the Beatus of Labana manuscripts are. You'll see what I mean, unless these drawings are just identical, which I doubt. So here we have, as you can see, the picture there. Let's go to 200. Now I've underlined it here, or I haven't underlined it, but it's futurus est here, and then underneath it has the same thing, futurus est, and then that's sanctus. So it's the same word there. So that's an S, basically like an A and an S. Or no, it's a C, I think. Anyway, it's got the nomina sacra over it, so it's sanctus, which itself is a nomina sacra, which is very interesting. So that's interesting that that's the Geneva one. So I didn't know that. So yeah, it is. It just says it's from Geneva. So I just sort of copied and pasted that from the description, but I didn't really, it's not like I'm going to read all over this and just soak everything in, but it was from the Geneva text, which is interesting. So it has here, okay, so I'm not sure when it ended up in Geneva, but that's very, very interesting. Okay, so I think I'll leave it there because I've sort of exhausted the concept. So let's shut down. But as you can see, when you're going through and studying these things, you can end up very far away, but there's always little bits and pieces. Like that website is just amazing, and those, I mean, they're very expensive. Imagine having all of those on your shelf. That would be incredible. So let's let TurretinFan continue.
Okay. If all you're trying to establish is could have, then fine. There was a certain part of Nick's presentation which was that the idea that no one had ever heard of will be or shall be at Revelation 16:5, that idea that no one had ever heard of it there, that's wrong. And the evidence is Beatus.
Okay, so that means your friend James White is completely wrong, because in his book here, actually it wasn't in his book, it was in his critique of what I was doing. He said no one had ever heard of the reading. Or actually, it is in his book. He says, King James only controversy, and which is the only reason why I've mentioned it, because it's like, this has come from me saying, oh, James White is wrong, because people have heard of it. So he says, so how does the AV Defender respond to the documentation that the King James Version contains a reading created out of the mind of Theodore Beza, one unknown to the ancient church, unknown to all Christians until the end of the 16th century? And so he's talking specifically about shalt be here, because he says John did not write shalt be, he wrote O Holy One. This is a united testimony of all relevant historical information. To deny this is to engage in the most egregious form of irrational thought. It is not faith to deny reality, it is deception. Okay, so I'm responding to James White here. It's not like I'm just like, well, you know, Beza's. And see, the thing is, then it's actually quite funny, because what happens is I go, James White's wrong. James White doubles down on it. All the fanboys double down on it. And it's like, no, this reading, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, well, Beza must have had this manuscript and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, well, he probably did. He probably knew about it, which is just a logical conclusion of, you know, one of the most popular commentaries on the Book of Revelation in Europe at that time. It would have been something that people thought about. And so to me, that's a logical conclusion that the main guru of text criticism, the whole era, who was Theodore Beza, probably beside Erasmus. So after Erasmus died, Beza's the main guy, and Stephanus. And so these guys, would they have known of it? Would they have looked at it? No, they just would have, if they had known of it, they never would have looked up specific readings or anything like that. But most of the time, it's not like I'm hugely making that claim. Most of the time, it's just James White was like, no one has ever even seen this reading. It's what he wrote in his book. So listen to what TurretinFan's saying now. So I guess he can ring up James White and get him to apologize to us all, because he's got misinformation in his book.
Had ever heard of it there? That's wrong. And
okay, so he's admitting that James White's wrong.
5, that idea that no one had ever heard of it there, that's wrong. And the evidence.
Case closed. I win. That's the point that I was making. And so if I surmise that Beza probably even looked at that or whatever, it's like, I think he did. Specifically, there's a manuscript in Geneva. I mean, that's very interesting. And it's funny that I actually had that actual Genevan one in my book. There was that other one that was in Berlin, but it's like, who knows? Maybe this has been bought recently. But my intuition is saying that this was something that the Genevans would have been interested in having, considering they had exiles from all over the world coming to visit them. So let's continue. Actually, we've got a comment from Matthew Singleton. I'm pretty sure Matthew Singleton's the guy who is usually on the defense of Tommy McMurtry, sort of like, he's heavy bouncer sort of guy who goes around the internet making sure that people submit. For crying out loud, if you can't take the scholarly heat, get out of the kitchen. You can fast forward YouTube videos. Yeah, but if you fast forward YouTube videos, you don't get all the material that's being said. And so that's why I'm doing this. Why would I bother just fast forwarding it? I'm looking at every detail, every word that's said, and writing these things down, making conclusions, amending if there's any little errors here and there. And so that's why I'm doing it. So this is the type of scholarship that you do when you're pioneering a work, when you have original thoughts, not like Tommy McMurtry and Stephen Anderson and these other guys who just sort of got their stuff from the Pre-Wrath, got a book that came out in 1990. I mean, you know, and most of these guys just get it from Stephen Anderson. So Stephen Anderson, and you know, they won't even admit where they get it from. You know, they're like pre-trib, Darby, Schofield, but they won't mention about theirs. But anyway, you know, what can I do about that? Matthew Singleton's basically sort of saying, don't do scholarship. Don't think about these things.
Is Beatus. And fair point, because there is a future tense verb there in Beatus. So why do we do with that? Well, what we do is we say, indeed there is. Now, is that what Beza's reading is? The answer is that it isn't Beza's reading. Beza's reading is a substitution.
So it says, so this is where, you know, I can't believe that TurretinFan's says this sort of stuff. I would be embarrassed to say this sort of stuff and be, you know, rebuked publicly for saying it. Like I would want this to be deleted from the internet. I'll be cringe walking along, thinking, oh, I might make myself a sandwich when I get home, and then just cringing. Oh, everyone saw that horrible video of me on the internet just saying rubbish. I mean, where does TurretinFan get this? The Beatus, I mean, even Hoskia is like Beatus of Libana says this. He has futurus est, which means shall be, but it doesn't say shall. It doesn't say the equivalent. It's blah blah blah. You know, it's just exhausting. Like just constantly hearing someone who's anti.
Of a future Greek participle for the word holy, and that's not witnessed by Beatus. Beatus still has holy there, and so Beatus is not a witness to Beza's text, but it's
just it just gets worse, because it's like, oh no, what about Lord there? You know, he goes on about Lord, and then he's like, oh, now it's got Sanctus still there. So, it can't be the read. Does it have the future form that is equivalent to Somenos or not? It does. Okay. And so this is the problem. TurretinFan is just like just clutching at straws. No matter what he sees, he's just trying to make out there's zero evidence, which is what James White says in his book. So he's basically just going, I'm just going to toe that line no matter what. There is nothing out there. And Beza knew nothing. He was a Joe Biden sort of guy. Forgetful. Mr. Forgetful.
As far as having a future tense verb there in Revelation 6.
And so it's not only now did Beatus of Libana readings, did they appear in the Reformation period to the biblical scholars of that era, you know, and my take would be absolutely yes, that they would have known about it. So it's not only that now. So it comes down to the whole deduction thing. It's like, did they know about it? It's like, well, I think, you know, definitely they did. Did they know about the Revelation 16:5 reading? I think if they knew about the Beatus of Libana ones, then they would have known about the readings of it. They weren't just like book collectors, like, you know, half of those books on the shelf of TurretinFan in the background. How many of them have been read, you know? Is it just, I just bought a book and I put it on the shelf? Or is it you've gone through that book? You've paid hard. Like if you paid top dollar for a book, you tend to like it more. If you get something from a thrift shop or whatever, you don't care about it. And so I don't think that, I think people who would have invested in knowing about Beatus of Libana would have looked into the readings of Beatus of Libana. Okay. So it has the future form twice there. Okay, so it's, in my book I mentioned there's 31 manuscripts. TurretinFan says there's 35, so okay, that's even better. So 35 manuscripts with the reading, the future form of shall be there. So it appears twice in the text. So that's 70 representations of the future form. So to me, this is 70 manuscripts, just like Andreas. They count Andreas as manuscripts of the Book of Revelation. Beatus of Libana, to me, is that this is a representation. So there's 70 readings in the Latin, in 35 in the Latin text, 35 in Latin commentary of the Beatus text that have the future reading. So, to me, it's like, okay, well, people would have known about that, and but now it's not only that. It's like, let's just deny that this is the future form. And so I know I have to do this because it's so bad that I have to go back and go 1 + 1 = 2. I know it's painful, but I have to. So let's look at Hoskia. And his book on Revelation. So let's put that on the screen. Internet Archive. We'll go to where it's Revelation 16:5. Okay, Revelation 16:4. Let's put it on that one. 16:5. Okay. Let's enlarge it. So notice here it has, in the Arabic, Eterne, eternal one, the I am. Interesting. It has qui fuisti et futurus es, Beatus of Libana. So who are you going to trust? Hermann Hoskia, who collated all the known manuscripts of the Book of Revelation. All of them. There was like 200 by the time he compiled his book. He was an international banker who spent his fortune getting people to photograph the Book of Revelation and send pictures of the manuscripts that they had of the Book of Revelation to him. So he was paying them a fortune to do this. And he says, Beatus says B-A-T, qui fuisti et futurus es. So it clearly has, so if you don't believe me, let me, et futurus est. Let's type that in to translate. So we'll go from Latin to English. Et futurus est. And you will be. Why do I have to go 1 + 1 = 2 every step of the way with TurretinFan? So let's just rewind what he said. Okay.
16 says not for the word holy, and that
I'll go back a little bit more.
wrong. And the evidence is beatus. And fair point, because there is a future tense verb there in beatus. So why do we do with that? Well, what we do is we say, indeed there is. Now, is that what Beza's reading is? The answer.
So notice he said he's one side of his mouth is saying, is it there? Yes, it is. Okay, listen to this.
So why do we do with that? Well, what we do is we say, indeed there is. Now, is that what Beza's reading is? The answer is that it isn't Beza's reading. Beza's reading is a
you will be it, which is the modern equivalent of you shall be. Shalt be.
Substitution of.
So because Beza had other ways of looking at things, so he's like, he's able to look at lots and lots of different things, right? Now, because he mentions the solecism that's there in the text, and he says, well, this, this is silly because it's got this solecism, da-da-da. So what, he couldn't have the same reading because he came to the same conclusion as Beatus of Libana, same reading as Beatus of Libana, but it's not the same reading as Beatus of Libana. What is this new method of textual criticism? So if I go through and I read in the apparatus of the NA28 and it has the reading in the main text and it has a reading in the footnote, I can't say they're the same, because the guy in the footnote, he got to that conclusion some other way. And it's just, this is ridiculous. And this is what he's saying about the Ethiopia. He's saying there's no evidence for it through this type of deduction. To me, this is amazing. This is amazing.
A future Greek participle for the word holy, and that's not witnessed by Beatus. Beatus still has holy.
It doesn't matter if he has holy or pumpkin or rhinoceros, or he has the future. Does he have the future form there? Because if I was to do this with every critical text reading, if it said the only begotten God, okay, in the critical text, and I know the reading is the only begotten Son, but if you were to talk about the words before or the words after, they're separate issues. We're talking specifically about isomonos. But you're talking about words after this, before that, and then saying, see, it's not the same reading. It's like, is it the same word? Anyway.
There, and so Beatus is not a witness to Beza's text, but as far as having a future tense verb there in Revelation 16, Beatus is a witness to that. So, it just should make anyone who's kind of opposing the King James reading here take.
Okay, so let's listen to what he said.
Is a witness to that. Witnessed by Beatus. Beatus still has holy there, and so Beatus is not a witness to Beza's text, but as far as having a future tense verb.
Beza's text, what the whole text debate? No, to this one reading. Why can't you understand that? If I had 10 dogs and I say this one particular dog is a Labrador, and you look at the one next to it and say, yeah, but that's a Kelpie, or the other one's a German Shepherd, this other one is like, yeah, I pointed to this dog here. Well, you can't really say that, because it's like, what? How can I express, I guess, my disappointment that you can't get this, that you can't just admit that it's the future form, which is equivalent to a somenos. Anyway, lead the horse to water, can't make it drink.
There in Revelation 16, Beatus is a witness to that. So, it just should.
Okay, so he's saying, listen to this.
But as far as having a future tense verb there in Revelation 16.
So as far as having a future tense verb in Revelation 16, listen.
Beatus is a witness to that.
He is a witness to that.
So, it just should make anyone who's kind of opposing the King James reading here take. It's a good moment to be cautious and not to overstate the point against the King James Version either. Yeah, there's absolutely in none of the Greek manuscripts that we know of.
What's that got to do with it? Is it there? In Beatus of Libana, is it there? Yes. It's a future form. He admitted it. Yes. And so is it exactly the same? Is his text the same as Beza's text in the book of Revelation? It's a Latin text. He uses et eris. this Beatties of Libani uses futurus s, and so it's not the exact equivalent Latin, because Latin had morphed into different in different areas into different things. Obviously, we had the Romance coming from Rome, the Romance languages, which obviously morphed into French, Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, many other languages. But we see that futurus and eris are synonymous and were used interchangeably. And so I don't know, why isn't TurretinFan just saying, yes, this has the reading of Beza in it, case closed, move on, and just saying, well, it doesn't match up in the other places, but it does have the future reading in it. It's the same as Beza. Let's move on. But he's just like, no, it's not the same as Beza. It's not the same reading as Beza. So people who are watching him are just like, well, I guess Nick's just lying or something. Why are you doing this? Why can't you just be plain in your speech? Why can't you just admit what's there and what's not there, instead of fumbling around with all these other concepts and ideas?
All the Greek manuscripts that we can see, that we can find, that we can put in our hands, that we can look at with our eyes, in not any of them is Beza's proposed reading found.
Because it's not accepted. Therefore,
we don't agree with Beza that the text is corrupted. That's Beza's.
Now he's coming against Beza's ability to know Greek. I mean, I would love to see TurretinFan and Theodore Beza go toe to toe with an argument about the solecism here.
Insisting is that the Greek text is corrupted. We don't agree with him. But
who's we?
In terms,
who's TurretinFan got behind him or with him, or who's the Greek scholar who's saying this? Because this is what happened, like say with the Comma Johanneum. I'll contact the world-leading expert in the Greek language and say, "Is this a solecism?" He's like, "Absolutely. 1 John 5:7 needs to be there." Blah, blah, blah. It's like, there you go. But they don't want to listen to that. They want to listen to the Greek experts like James White, who are like alpha, beta, gamma, delta. They don't even know Greek properly. And they want to listen to those guys. They want to listen to the guys in Munster. Do I have to go and get a Greek expert to prove that what Beza is saying is true and that he was a Greek expert? So this is what I had to do with the Eugenius Vulgaris, because even James Snap Jr. and Barry Hofstadter were like, "Oh no, Eugenius Vulgaris is wrong," blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, well, I'll get someone who knows Greek properly, and he's just like, yeah, absolutely, the schoolboy Greek era. And so we see all the way through the critical text are all these solecisms. That's when we look into the text and go, the alarm bells go ding, 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 ding. There's a solecism here. Think about what's happening here. And so, Revelation 1:4, we go, solecism. Oh, no, it's nominative, so there's no solecism there. But then when we get here, ding, 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 solecism, there's grammatical errors. This is because there's a problem with the text. But TurretinFan's now saying we don't believe there's a problem there. So this is a problem. When I'm on Facebook and I'm chatting to people who are critical text scholars, actual scholars who know Greek, will just say, yeah, 1 John 5:7 is a solecism. They'll say, 1 Timothy 3:16, God was manifest in the flesh, and they say, who appeared in the body? They say, yeah, that's a solecism. They admit it. Westcott and Hort admitted it. But TurretinFan's just sort of like, any evidence, just go, it's not real. Beza says it, but because Beza says it, I don't like Beza, so let's just scrub that off the blackboard. It's not real. Not real. Let's just say the solecism can just go and vanish from reality, from my reality. Notice, let's just play this again.
In terms of our eyes. It's absolutely in none of the Greek manuscripts that we know of. All the Greek manuscripts that we can see, that we can find, that we can put in our hands, that we can look at with our eyes, in not any of them is Beza's proposed reading found. Therefore, we don't agree with Beza that the text is corrupted.
He's saying it because there's no other alternative Greek thing. We don't agree that the text is corrupted. We believe that the mistake was in there from the beginning. There's not a corruption. It's purposely done or whatever.
That's what Beza's insisting, is that the Greek text is corrupted.
So Beza's just pointed out it's corrupted, which he would have been under the scrutiny of all the major linguists of that day, all the scholars who had anything to do with the Bible, all the King James translators. I mean, you imagine Henry Saville looking into this, going, "Did you see?" Saying to Lancelot Andrews, he's got he's 21 languages under his belt. And did you read Beza's note here? He's saying there's a solecism there. Let's check it. No, can't see that. No, it's not. It's non-existent. No, they were in agreement. The scholars of that era were just like, yeah, this is what Beza said, and it's true. And so I can't believe this. I can't. It's one thing to go, okay, Beza, he didn't have an ancient manuscript. He was just Joe Biden, scratching his head. And I heard on one of the latest videos, it's sort of like, apparently he was like 60 years old. They're trying to make out that he's having a senior moment, he's 70 years old by the time he did his 1598 edition and all this stuff. So that's bad enough, okay? Because I'm seeing that anecdote formulate before my eyes. Someone's going to come along and just and recreate that and make it into like some big narrative. Or James White will get on his show and get all the dates wrong and all the people wrong, but people will still parrot it. But then it's another thing to go, okay, well, here we have world-leading expert in the Greek language, in the Hebrew language, in the Latin language, but he was mistaken about a solecism here. Now, if TurretinFan is saying he has a presupposition that the tenacity of the text means that all the Greek manuscripts mean that that's the reading, and I believe in the tenacity of the text, and so I can't accept Beza's conclusions there, that he sees a solecism where I'm seeing no, it's the correct reading because I don't want to go against my presuppositions. That makes more sense. But at least admit it. Don't say Theo Beza's got it wrong. Where is that coming from? And now he's read Jan Kranz. He's become very confident in just belittling Beza and Erasmus. So Helg says, what if there was one manuscript that had "and shall be"? It's just one manuscript, but he can't even imagine this under his critical text presupposition. Yeah, it's they just have their presupposition, and I often hear King James people, they already have their answer, and they're just working backwards to prove their text is correct. And it's like, well, critical text people, I see this type of thing all the time. They won't accept it's like, is the Ethiopic evidence? Yes. Is Betis of Libana evidence? Yes. Is Homo helvestensis evidence? Yes. Is it evidence that Beza has spotted solecism in the text? Yes. Just admit these. Like all the way through, he's saying, no, it's not evidence. No, that's not real. No, that's no. And to the point where it's like, there's zero evidence for it. And it's just ruining his credibility. Because, and this is the thing, this is why I have to slow it down. Even though I want to get this finished, I've got so many other videos to go through. But I have to slow it down and go, what's he actually saying here? What's he saying? Go through it, think it through, And then you're just like, why would you say that the Beatus of Libana reading is not, I mean, you know, this is exactly what it says, et futurus est, and you will be. Maybe I can even put that into Greek. Kai Thai Esa. No, it doesn't really, because I guess it's a name. But maybe I can put it into Ethiopic. Amharic. Anyway, yeah, so Hoskia, a scholar of you know, I don't have to agree with Hoskia on everything, but he clearly has et futurus est, it's from Beatus of Libana. I've got the original manuscript in my book. He's read through it, seen it, and he's saying that's not the reading. So I'm flabbergasted at the disconnect here. I'm like, okay, yeah, you know, here's a picture of here's footage of the crime scene here, and he's watched it and just gone, there's nothing wrong there. And I'm like, can't you see the guy stabbing him, you know, 35 times in the chest and then 35 times in the back? It's like, you know, there's 70 readings in the Beatus of Libana corpus of the future form. Does that equal what Beza had? No. He just sort of left there going, what do I say to that?
We don't agree with him. But in terms of the future form of a verb, of a being verb, being found in Revelation 16, Beatus, interesting, his Old Latin, the Spanish stream of the Old Latin, there does have a future tense verb there.
White men speak with forked tongue, but it's not the reading of Beza. Yeah.
Like, in one way, like the Ethiopic has a future tense verb there in Revelation 16:5.
So he's admitting the same thing. It does have the reading, but look at these rabbits over there. Wow, look at the sky. Nice day. You know, let's just change the topic. Let's just throw dust in the air. It's either saying or it's not. It's either the same reading that Beza has or it's not.
So did anyone know of those things?
Then it's like, even if they're the same reading, did anyone know about these? No one knew about the Ethiopic. You know, Charles Stephanus printed a book on it. You know, did anyone know of Beatus of Libana? One of the most popular commentaries on Revelation in the Middle Ages. No one knew. They're just, these ones were just, God has his own forbidden books. And, you know, like I said, the green gas thing, you go to the library, you look it up, and you're like, Beatus of Libana. I might look that one up. Pulls it out, and just like with the early 90s or late 60s, early 70s, Batman and Robin, the green gas comes out, the Joker's laughing in the background, and poor old Batman or Beza, he's on the floor. And he was like, oh, I can't even remember anything. So that's what happened. And that's what happened with Erasmus, apparently, when he went to the Vatican Library. He didn't look at Vaticanus. Why? Because the green gas came out. And the scholars in the future said it. So they've got the time machine. So they were able to go back and say, you know, or they were able to put the green gas there to stop him from contradicting that. You know, it's so ridiculous. This is just comical. It's getting comical.
Beforehand, yes, people knew of those things beforehand. Did Beza know of them? Well, that's a different question.
Okay. So people knew of it, but not the world-leading expert in textual criticism of that era. Okay. I guess, you know, Bart Ehrman's never heard of Billy Graham because he doesn't mention it, you know, like.
You're trying to insist that Beza knew of those things, and you have to actually establish that.
See, the whole thing really has come down to things have changed. I have defended the concept that James White was like, no one knows the reading. No one ever heard the reading. That's it. I'm like, okay, what about these guys? And it's like, I've proven that people did know the reading. The Ethiopic, Beatus of Libana, and other places. And I've proven also that this is not my idea. This is in Hoskia. Look, it says here, et eris, and that's in the Ethiopic. Okay. Beatus of Libana, Futurus S. I'm pretty sure he has Hamo here as well, Hamo Halberstadensis. I can't see it there, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it's just there, you know. And so these things, this is at 1928, I think this book came out. So this is known, anyone can look this up. This is free on the internet now. And most scholars would say, yeah, this is like, even, you know, D.A. Waite, I think he had a copy of this. And yeah, most of the guys from the Dean Burgon Society were looking at this sort of stuff, and Dean Burgon stuff, Hoskia's stuff, and were reading it. And they would have gone through and gone, oh yeah, at Futurus, okay, that's in the Ethiopic. Beatus of Libana has Futurus S. They would have looked these up and gone, oh yeah, that's the same reading as Beza. That's interesting. Let's move on. And it's not like I'm making up stuff. You know, it's not like I'm just all of a sudden like got this new idea. But because James White said no one had ever seen the reading, I'm just pointing out the king has no clothes. I'm just like, sorry, James, even Hoskia says these few things. And let's look at a whole bunch of other stuff as well, you know. So we're looking at other things. And he's like, in his book, no one's ever seen the reading. Okay. So he's just wrong. And even TurretinFan's said, well, people knew of the reading. So James White's wrong. Okay. Even TurretinFan is admitting that. So in my defense, I'm like, oh, it's in the Ethiopic. Then it comes down to, but did Beza know about that? Did Beza know about that? And it's like, that's not even the original reason why I mentioned it. I mentioned it because James White says it didn't exist anywhere. That's what he said in his book. It didn't exist anywhere. But then they've changed the narrative to Nick saying that Beza used the Ethiopic. Okay. So that's how the narrative changed. So then I'm like, well, I'd never said that. But, okay, well, let's look at the chances of Beza using the Ethiopic. And the more I look into it, it's just like, obviously he knew about the Ethiopic. You know, just we're pointing at Tremelius. You know, Tremelius doing the Syriac Bible, it's like case closed. Anyone who knows their stuff knows who Tremelius is. Most people don't even know who Tremelius is. And they've already made their decision. It's wrong, you know. But then once they find out who Tremelius is, oh, yeah, actually, this guy, yeah, the Syriac Bible, oh, yeah, the Pope, you know, with the first Syriac Bible, oh, he was the same one who was, you know, a main part of the Ethiopic Bible. Oh, yeah, all these links. So, yes, they would have known about it. Okay. Then it comes down to, oh, but did he know of the reading of it? You know, so you notice that the goals, yeah, instead of just, well, James White's wrong. Is he right or wrong? He's wrong. People knew of the reading. Okay. But now it's morphed into, did they know of the Ethiopic existence of the Ethiopic text and of Beatus of Libana? Did they know of these? And so when you prove, yeah, they most probably did. But did they know of that specific reading? You know, it just gets narrower and narrower. And the thing is, I'm actually taking the time out to prove that they did. You know what I mean? Like, say with the Beatus of Libana, I'll go through that. I'll find, oh, here we go. This is mentioned by this guy in the Reformation. This is mentioned by Beza or Stephanus, or, you know, printed by, you know, by Stephanus's nephew or something like that. And it's like, oh, okay, well, they probably did know about Beatus of Libana. Oh, but did they know the specific readings? And it's like, it's getting further and further away from the original intent. It's just me saying James White's wrong. People knew the reading. So that's basically it. So admit James White's wrong. Okay. then out of that comes just the ad hom attacks. So I'm like, okay, well, I think Bees, and just thinking about them, it's like, I think Beezer probably did know about it. What? He did know? Oh, no. And that becomes now the main battlefield. That becomes the lightning rod where everything's going to this, to me, just trying to prove these tiny little points and whether Beezer had the book on his shelf or not, instead of just looking at what I was originally saying. What I was originally saying was James White's wrong. Your guru knows pretty much nothing about this issue and was refusing to listen to anyone speak about it. People were saying it's in the Ethiopic. Oh. People saying it's in Beatus of Labana. Oh. People saying it's in Homo halberstadensis. Oh. And is that all true? It is true. So James White's wrong, and the Textus Receptus people are right. Are these readings future readings? Yes. So why don't you just say, yes, these are future readings? These are equivalent to esomenos, equivalent to shall be in the King James. Just say that.
Beezer doesn't cite either of those witnesses in favor of his future tense.
So, notice it's gotten to the point where he has to cite them. You know what I mean? Down the bottom of the page, yes, the right Ethiopic. Oh my gosh, just ridiculous. It's gotten ridiculous. But I've played along with it, but it's tiring listening to this. But I think what it's doing, and anyone watching now would go, where's the credibility of TurretinFan in doing this? Why does he continually push to the point where it's like, okay, are there things that exist before Theodore Beezer that have this reading? He's admitted yes. He just admitted yes. Okay. So he's gone against James White. But then it's like, okay, so is this the reading of Beezer? It's the same reading of Beezer. And it's like, it either is or it's not. It's either the future form, which is equivalent. So if you have something that's a synonym, or if you have something that equals something, if you have 1 + 1 = 2, you can't say, well, that's not the type of 2 that I like. Well, that 2 written there, that was written from someone coming to the conclusion of 1 cow + 1 cow = 2 cows, where someone else had 1 car + 1 car = 2 cars. So they're different 2s. They're either the future form or they're not. It's either the same, because you're saying out of one side of your mouth that it's the same, but then out the other side of your mouth that it's not. Then you're saying out of one side of your mouth that, okay, all the Greek evidence is pointing towards this, and then Beezer's saying that there's a solecism there, and you're saying that the solecism is not real, that you're not agreeing with Beezer about the solecism. So I would like to know on whose credentials you're saying this. Did you get this from someone? Do you know someone who's an expert in the Greek language who can point out that this is not a solecism? Do you have counter arguments against that? Because it's getting to the point where, okay, Beezer said he had a manuscript. He didn't have a manuscript. Okay, he had a Joe Biden moment. Okay, saying there's a solecism there. There's no solecism that exists there. Okay, Beatus of Libana has the future form reading. It's equivalent to Beezer. No, it's not equivalent to Beezer. So, okay, the Ethiopic has a future form is equivalent to Beezer's reading. No, it's not the equivalent to Beezer. Even though it's a future form, it's pretty much saying the same thing, but it's not the same thing. It's just like, man. Anyway, so TurretinFan has arrived. He says, well, I've arrived late for this one, but looking forward to listening to it as soon as I can. Thank you for the response. No worries, TurretinFan. Let's continue.
participle in Greek here, and he just seems to dismiss the reading that's proposed by Erasmus on the basis of us understanding erchomenai as referring to the coming of Jesus, and therefore not applicable in this text. But Owen and Moses, I don't remember his name right now, have proposed a counterpoint, which is that erchomenai can mean to come without reference to an arrival of someone, and therefore that would undermine the argument that's provided there by our friend Theodore Beza. So let's see. I think Nick had a little bit more to say on this, but I'll let him play while I go and look for the next reference.
Trying to find some cursory thing with Theodore Beza in it, and also Beatus of Labana.
So I'll jump ahead. And he uses a different past than than would normally be expected. But the point is, instead of having, this part is the same, Justus S, that's the same in all three, actually. He omits the domine, which, as I said, is not found in the majority of Greek manuscripts. And then he has qui fuisti et futurus est, instead of qui est et qui eras. In other words, which has been and which will be. Now the question is this, what kind of witness is this? Is this witness to a reading in Greek of Isomos, or is this a different translation of the same Greek as is found in the Nessalon 28? So you can see I paused Nick right in the middle of his, I would call it a scoff here, where he scoffs at the idea that this is a witness to the Nessalon 28. But the question is whether it is a translation corresponding to the underlying Greek text of the Nessalon 28, or whether it's a Greek translation corresponding to one of the marginal readings of the Nessalon 28, which I think it probably, I think it's probably just the Nessalon 28. But if the question is it a translation of one Greek text or of the other Greek text in terms of its witness to an underlying Greek? And this is where there's a big challenge, because the question is, how literal is this Latin translation? If I forget who it was, I think it was Kurt Nickham, who had recently said in one of his articles, I don't know how recently it was, it's an article that comes up in one of Nick's other episodes that I think I'm responding to today. So maybe I'll just address it more when I get to it. Anyway, he points out you need to understand, if you want to understand the value of a translation, you have to understand the translator. You have to understand how the translator is translating. So, if you pick up the...
Well, it seems like TurretinFan seems to feel that Theodore Beza is a Joe Biden sort of guy. That's what I'm getting.
The message, and then you read the message, and then you take the message translation as a literal translation, and you try to figure out what Greek underlies it, you're going to really struggle, because it's very dynamic, very much just a gloss, a commentary, really.
So notice we've gone to one of the lowest of low Bibles. It's not even, shouldn't even be called a Bible. And the message has things like, people go to Mick church for a Mick sermon, for a Mick feel-good time, and it has just all strange reading. I mean, for a fun commentary, yeah, but as a Bible, it's ridiculous. And so to lower these Latin editions to that, it's, of course you're not going to get any Greek behind it.
On the text. So trying to reconstruct the Greek text from the message would be exceedingly difficult to do. There might be times when you could probably guess that the Greek text underneath the message has or doesn't have something. Where maybe you could tell if it has the long ending of Mark. Maybe you could tell if it has the story of the woman taken in adultery.
I mean, no one's ever put this type of label onto these Latin texts. I mean, Codex Beza, which Theodore Beza knew about, and he even said this text is so corrupted, he gave it to the Cambridge Library and just said, you're probably better off not doing any translations from this. It's more of just a historical curiosity. But he's not, you wouldn't find that in all these readings. These readings are very literal, it's, you are just, Lord who was and is to come, it's like, anyway. So Helg says, when a historical source informs them about a reading, it should at least be considered, especially when it's Beza, who Calvinists trust on theology, but not when it's supporting the TR. Yeah, this is what amazes me, because if I was to just put this type of label on, like, I'm not a Calvinist. I don't really care. Like, I care about what Calvin did in a sense where he was an important figure, a bit like Luther and all the rest of it. But I mean, Calvin can do 100 things wrong and 10 things right, and it's like, okay, well, that's just what happened in history. I've got no, I don't have any emotional ties to him. I'm not labeling myself Calvinist, but I would, like, if someone said, "Oh, Calvin said this and that," I would just take that as face value. I might research it, or I might think along these lines, but I'd never make a proclamation that, well, Calvin, when he was, writing his last book, he was having a senior moment, and, he didn't really know what he was doing. He was just slipping on the banana peels that are everywhere. In the Reformation, there was this, guerrilla after guerrilla just throwing banana peels at the bottom of these biblical scholars. Helg says Theodore Beza equals the Joe Biden of the Reformation. Yeah, and I've often thought that the three stooges are Erasmus, Stephanus, and Beza. And they are just, like, when you listen to James White, he'll be on like the Wretched program or something, or someone will just put him on a show and they'll say, "Here you go, Mr. White, tell us about, what about the Textus Receptus?" He rolls his eyes like, and he starts, you just hear the circus music. Well, Theodore Beza, he was an idiot. He tricked himself too, and so did Erasmus and Stephanus. Oh, his son didn't know what he was doing, and blah, blah, blah. It's just ridiculous that these guys think so little of these people. Where, like you're saying, when their theology comes from these people, a lot of the time, that they're aligning themselves with Calvin, they're aligning themselves with Beza, who was, that he was carrying the baton of Calvin. And so I think I'm actually doing, it's way more relaxing to listen to someone like Jeff Riddle talk about Beza, because he respects the guy. But when I listen to, James White, TurretinFan, critical text people talk about Beza, he's a bozo. He's just, what does he know? And it's almost to the point where if they don't know that much about him, they're just so brainwashed to think that Beza knew nothing. Yeah, he's just like I don't know, just a nobody sort of thing. And you're like, well, he actually, knew this guy and was friends with this guy. And they're like, so what? And it's like, well, actually, he was one of the, like, even when I pointed out that he was a world-leading expert in Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, TurretinFan was like, well, I don't know where you're getting that from. It was news to him. It's like, if you don't know that, if you don't respect these people for what they've done, I mean, all I had to do was point out the 1556 Latin, Greek and Latin annotations on the Stephanus Bible. It's like, well, and also the Old Testament. We went through the whole Old Testament, wrote annotations on that as well, on the Hebrew Bible. You'd think you would know his stuff. Anyway, it's sort of, it is strange to go through the lives of these people and to just see them just disrespected. I guess it's like if I met a bunch of libertarians who were constitutionalists, and they're like, we want a limited government, we want the American Constitution back the way it was, and all that sort of stuff. And you meet libertarians, but then they hate, the writers of the Constitution, and they're just like belittling them, like, oh, they were bozos, they were a bunch of idiots, they didn't know what they were talking about. You would be like, do you really respect the documents that they've written? Do you really know that the thought that went into every word here? Like, I would tend to think that you would, because you're calling yourself a Calvinist, so you would respect these people even more, way more than I would. I'm not calling myself a Calvinist. But it's quite amazing because you just see that this whole concept is thrown out of the window, and they have very little respect for the reformers. I guess because they think the reformers had their own Bible to start with. And I guess what I find is sometimes people like King James only, they're idiots, they're fools, they're, half brain dead. And I was listening to, was it Doug Kudelik, and a whole bunch of other people talking the other day, and they're like, the King James cult, which has its roots in Seventh-day Adventism and all this stuff. And it's just ridiculous, but they always try to make out that we're in a cult. But this is what they actually, after years and years of this, they think this. So sometimes when they're going back to Beza and back to Erasmus, they still have this mindset that these are the enemy. These are dirty people somehow. These people are tainted. And so no matter what they say, I can't believe it. See, I see when I look at Bengel or someone like that, when I read his material, I'll read through it and go, because he predicted that Jesus was coming. I think it was in 1834. He was part of the whole thing of the rise of Adventism and all the rest of it. He was sparking a lot of that because of his false prophecies that never came true. And I read through his stuff, but some people read through Mill, or some people read through Bart Ehrman's material. Like, it's just amazing. Like, when I was debating Stephen Boyce, and he was like, I read Bart Ehrman, I think it's really good. And I'm like, I've read through Bart Ehrman's material, because I used to have Bart Ehrman's material I still do, all on audio. And they were on audio little segments when I used to have like iTunes. And so you could just upload all of your songs before iTunes just started charging you $5 for listening to something. And so you could put it on repeat. So I would have, the Bible on repeat and sermons on repeat. But I would get Bart Ehrman's books, and I would just go through a 3-minute little section just on repeat and just go over it and over it until I understood what he was saying. And so I guess that sort of helped me in a way to understand the critical text mindset. But even Bart Ehrman, when you listen to Bart Ehrman, if he starts talking about textual criticism, he would start usually with Mill. Mill was the first one to break the mold, and then you got Bengel and Griesbach and Ruckman, and then Tischendorf, and then Westcott and Hort, and it just gets better and glossier. But he actually knows his stuff with all that material. When you get Bart Ehrman, you say, okay, so let's talk about the Reformation period. You hear the circus music, just like with James White. Da, 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 da. Oh, did you know that? And he starts this comedy routine. Did you know that Erasmus tricked himself, and he, back translated the Latin, and ha 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 ha, on his show, because I've gone through some of his videos. It's like, okay, we're dealing with, scholarly things, and I don't agree with him. He's an atheist, and he's saying all this stuff. And it's like, okay, we're going to the Reformation period. This will be interesting. And seriously, he hardly knows anything. He knows a few stats and figures and dates and times, and that's about it. What he does know is anecdotes. And these anecdotes actually blind him from knowing the truth. And that's what these anecdotes are for. They're the Monty Python skits to get, the Life of Brian sort of thing, to get you away from thinking about Christianity. And unfortunately, what's happened in our generation, people know, like, that's why atheists, they use humor to belittle people and to mock them, so that the scholars in the academy know that if they can just belittle Erasmus, belittle Stephanus, belittle Beza, belittle the King James translators, or King James say he's gay or pedophile or whatever, just belittle all these people, belittle the King James guys, eventually people will go, yeah, these guys are kooks, let's move on. And the juggernaut, the billion-dollar juggernaut Bible industrial complex will just keep rolling through time.
Maybe, but maybe he wouldn't even comment on those things. Maybe he'd throw them in, knowing that they're not actually part of the text that he's translating. With the message translator, you have very little confidence in the exact wording. Now, again, there are ways to make your translation more literal, but not all translators are aiming for being literal. Sometimes translators are trying to convey the sense. And if the Latin translator thinks that the way to convey the sense behind the being and the having been in Greek is to translate it as who was and will be in Latin, if that's how the translator is thinking.
So what TurretinFan's doing here, because clearly the Latin text has a future form, so he's saying, well, the Message Bible doesn't do things literally. So what they thought was it has the past, it has the present, and so they just thought, let's just throw the future in there and omit the past or the present or whatever. Let's just do what Eugene Peterson does with the Message Bible. That's not good reasoning. Why can't you concede that these people translated this reading from a Greek manuscript that they had? Or, these are probably copies of earlier Latin texts, but they were copied from they were translated, from Greek manuscripts. Why can't you just say that is that even a possibility? It's almost like that. Well, that's on Mars. What's more important is that it's probably a paraphrase. So they're probably, even though it doesn't, it says the future reading, but to think that there was a Greek manuscript that had that future reading, that's just so far detached from reality. It's like, well, that's the first thing that I think of. That's usually the first thing that anyone thinks of when they go to a translation that has a specific reading, regardless of, like, if this had the critical text reading, I'd say, yeah, it's got the critical text reading. If it has a TR reading, I'd say, oh, it's got the TR reading. But TurretinFan's sort of like, oh, no, it's got the TR reading, must be wrong. It can't have it. It can't have an underlying Greek text with that reading in it. Because his tenacity of the text presupposition, he's like, I have to have all the readings available to me today, and that's my tenacity of the text situation. So my presupposition is getting rocked here, because and so he's like, I know the reading because that's what all the manuscripts say here. So I know that that's the reading. Okay. And so I can't conceive that there was an earlier reading with something else because I know the reading because of his tenacity of the text presupposition. You got to lay your presuppositions down. You just got to go with the facts of what it's reading. Is it reading the future form? Yes. Well, why can't you peel that back and say, oh, it's got the Greek behind that, which is usually what happens. You're talking about a Eugene Peterson Message Bible that is so far detached from being literal. It's not even a paraphrase. It's ridiculous. And saying that that's what they're doing here. Where are you getting that idea? Even if you didn't go that far with the Eugene Peterson thing and you just went with an amplified Bible or something like that, it's like, well, where are you getting that? Or are you just trying to put forward any argument except for what's really there, because this is evidence against your position. You're just like, well, I've already got my position, and so I have to dismiss these. I have to just say they're wrong. And then later on, he will just flippantly just say, yeah, so I looked at the Ethiopic, it doesn't have Beza's reading. I looked at Betis of Albana, doesn't have Beza's reading. And you just left there going, but it does. But he's just waved his magic wand around and just wished those things away because of the message Bible. You know what I mean? It's like, it's either the reading or it's not.
Then when you see him say it this way, the way that it's there in the text in front of us, when you see it that way, then you have to ask yourself, what was his intent? Now, there is another possibility, which I didn't address there, if that's Beatus of Labiana, I think it is. But you'll notice that
the other possibility that it's actually a Latin translation of the Greek.
Futurus, which actually means that it could be yet another variant, which is to say that it could represent which was and is to come, as opposed to which was.
So now he's saying, because there are a few examples of Erchomenos and Ersomenos being translated into, say, Latin or into specifically into English, what we see is, like, say, for example, if I was to talk about Christmas, I'd say the one, I would say, if I was talking about next year's Christmas, just say it was Christmas Day, and I was talking about the previous Christmas and like the past, the present Christmas, and the Christmas which is to come, which means the next year. Okay. I'm talking about an event. Now, if I'm talking about the past, the present, and the future, every other Christmas, that's different. Okay. Esomenos covers the eternality of God. Erchomenos covers an event. Okay. But you can have an event that has ongoing consequences. So you can say, okay, well, there's going to be the British are going to arrive on this beach in D-Day, whatever, and that's going to have ongoing consequences forever. They're going to get rid of the Nazis, even though it was mostly the Soviets who did that. Get rid of the Nazis, and it's like we're going to live happily ever after. So you've got an event that ends up being having a future form that encompasses an eternal situation. And so that's all got to be taken into consideration as well. I just think TurretinFan is just looking for absolutely any angle that he can fathom, that he can come up with to come against these readings. So he's saying, if it says the future form in the Latin, well, obviously there was no underlying Greek there. Well, why not? Oh, well, look at Eugene Peterson and the Message Bible. It's like, okay. And then it's like, well, it says the future form there, which is exactly the same. It equals will be or shall be or esomenos. It's like, yeah, but some people have said it can equal erchomenos in certain texts. So that's what it says. It's like, no. Now you're just leaping over. Like if TurretinFan was a Greek expert, I would think about this, give him some time. But it's like he is just jumping to these conclusions. Now, I'll read through that material that I went through earlier and look at some of those issues. But it's like they're not really that strong to say that esomenos. See, esomenos is the part of the name of Jehovah, but you would see that more often in, say, the text of Revelation 1:4. Usually that's where people deal with Jehovah, the Trident declarations, and all the rest of it. So usually they're mentioning Jehovah, the one which was and is and shall be, the reading of Revelation 16:5. Then they're saying, oh, it says was and is to come here. Why? Because it's talking about the second coming of Christ, etc. And so, yeah, those places are where people would talk about it. And so just having one guy mention this, it's like, well, okay, I'll go through that. But at the end of the day, you can't just deduct his conclusion and say, oh, well, it says Erchomenos here. Okay. And so, but even if it did have Erchomenos here, just say it did, just say TurretinFan's right. Okay. And if you can translate Erchomenos as shall be, then that's what's happened here. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, you've got this fancy story, but at the end of the day, they've got a future form here. You're saying it's not Esomenos. Definitely no, because of, the Message Bible. Then you're saying, well, and it's not Esomenos because it can be Erchomenos, so it's not Esomenos. It's like, okay, because one guy's argument is that in certain contexts there can be a similarity, and they can be interchangeable in certain contexts. But to me, this is just clutching at straws.
Does and will be as the underlying Greek. So in other words, this could be representative of some Greek manuscript which has Erchomenai in there, not one that has Esomenos in there, which is a possibility that Nick hasn't considered because he's a little bit more focused on trying, the Beza conjecture. He doesn't view it as conjecture, but his hypothesis about Beza's substitution. He's more focused on just the future tense verb, and this is potentially a future tense verb that's here. So he's just kind of really narrowly focused on that point, and has kind of missed the idea that it's really uncertain what's the underlying Greek for Iadis's Latin here. But what seems to be clear is that it seems to have just two.
So even though it equals shall be, we're unclear. Still everything's just unclear. You can have a word there. You like a brick. You look underneath it, and it's got the equivalent Greek word, but you're still unclear. Is anything ever clear with TurretinFan, except that the TR is wrong, B's is wrong, I'm wrong. Why can't you just say, well, this is the future form, it's B's reading, that's it? I mean, someone like Hoskia, even when we were going through Hoskia, it was like, he was like, well, I don't think Hoskia could even read the Ethiopic. He just got it from Walton's Polyglot and all this. And then there was this book titled, Hoskia, and he's comparing an Ethiopic collating an Ethiopic manuscript. I was just like, oh, TurretinFan, you've really got to slow down. Like, go and become educated in Hoskia and Burgon and Miller and Scrivener and Beza and Tremelius and Janius and Erasmus and the King James translators and all that, and then come to the table. It's because it's embarrassing. Like, I would be embarrassed to say something like that. I'd be walking along thinking I'm going to make a sandwich and then go, cringe. When someone just says something, it's just cringe, it's like blackboard scratching. To me, they're cringe-worthy moments. And for me to have to get on here and say, that's cringe, it's even worse. Like, because I know there's certain things that I've said over the years, I'm like, it's wrong, but no one's picked up on it. I'm like, sometimes every now and then it's like someone will pick up on it, and it's like, okay, well, you just eat humble pie. But this sort of stuff is like, 1 + 1 = 2. But someone else said 1 + 1 = 2 here, but their 2 is a red letter 2. Your one's a blue letter 2, so they're not the same. They're different because red and blue are different. If you're saying red and blue are the same, you got a problem. It's like, what are you talking about? You just bring in all these factors that just aren't factors.
Greek verbs. And when we survey the Greek manuscripts that have only 2 Greek verbs, the only reading that we have in that manuscript tradition, with only 2 Greek verbs there, is the majority Greek manuscripts, which makes us think that Beatus is just...
I think really what TurretinFan needs to do is he needs to go and understand he needs to understand what the majority text is. He needs to understand majority text readings. He needs to understand places where the critical text goes against the majority text, which is in thousands of places, where his text has, 1 manuscript or 2 manuscripts, and go through all that, because he's saying stuff that's just sort of like, it was like he did the critique of Matthew Everhard. Now, when I was critiquing Matthew Everhard, I was like, man, this guy knows hardly anything about textual criticism except for, a James White type of brush up. And like TurretinFan has the ability to know all this stuff, and he could do really well if he knew what he was saying, say, about the majority text and things like that, and understood what even just the Academy is saying about the majority text. They regulate the majority text as just M at the bottom of the apparatus most of the time, or BYZ, or so sometimes that they're not just, they regulate 500 manuscripts to just an M because they're cohesive. So understanding that the Byzantine era, yes, there are differences in the Byzantine text, but it is mostly like a rubber stamp. And that's why they just regulate it to an M in the bottom of the page of the apparatus, because they're mostly the same. It's the Vaticanus and Sinaiticus where you get all these fanciful differences and Codex Bezae and all that sort of stuff. It's like they're all over the place. And so they have to mention all this stuff where it's just, BYZ at the bottom, Byzantine, rubber stamped. So he's got to understand that 4 manuscripts from before the 10th century, you're looking at the rest of them being Byzantine text. So 99% of these manuscripts of Revelation are Byzantine, and they're rubber stamped. So if it's got holy, that it can, he's putting things into wrong categories. And so even the critical text guys, so this is the type of thing they fight against King James people with. They say, you're just going with the Byzantine text, and the Byzantine text is just, they were just copying each other and just, they had scriptoriums full of 20 people and they just pump out these manuscripts. So they all had the same errors in it. And there is a certain element of understanding in that. I'm not saying that everything that's said about them is true, but there is a certain element of the things were rubber stamped. And so TurretinFan just going, well, all the manuscripts say holy, holy. And it's like, well, yeah, that's why I point out in the book 4 manuscripts before the 10th century. So obviously you've got to go outside of those and look at, you've got within the closed class of witnesses, the Greek, the Latin, and the early church writings. And so we looked at those. And then we go outside of that, we look at Ethiopic and other things. But it's like, we can see that in the Latin, we have these readings. You can't just dismiss them. You can't just wave your hand and just want them to disappear. They're not going anywhere. They're in Hoskia's writings. They're in, most people know about them nowadays. So if you're just going to go around and say that that is not a reading that is equal to Beza, you're going to lose all your credibility. This is silly argumentation.
Just not literally translating here. He's translating, just not literally. So, but is it definitive? No, it's not definitive. And is it possible that he's translating from an exemplar that has something else? Of course, no doubt. But that's always a challenge with versional attestation. It's not always, but very often, versional attestation, especially in 1 or 2 word differences, can be really tough to weed out. And this is not an exception. So one interesting thing to do, which I think I did, was to look at to see how does Beatus translate at Revelation 1:4. And there I think he uses, I don't think he uses the same expression. in Revelation 1:4. So that seems to support the idea there could be a Greek difference here. Could be a Greek difference, but is there a Greek difference? We're not sure. The other thing to consider is to look at the overall quality of the Greek, the overall quality of the Latin translation, to see, does it tend to leave things out? Does it tend to paraphrase things? And my recollection from the one time we discussed this previously is that there are some concerns about the underlying text for Beatus. And I would just point out that in cases where, and I know this may seem like a broken record, but the value of Beatus' testimony to the original is very low. It's not zero, but it's very low, to the point where...
Did James White say there was zero evidence? Yes. Proved him wrong. And then case closed. Yeah, James White's wrong. All we're doing is pointing out that this is Latin evidence. See, the thing is, what TurretinFan's seems to do is he goes, okay, well, let's look at this evidence because we have no evidence in the Greek. And he's forgetting that he's critiquing my book, okay, and my concepts, where I'm saying that the holy is a nomina sacra and that every manuscript is pointing to the reading of isomenos. Every manuscript, it's just got holy written on it because the isomenos is the I am. Okay. It is the final part of Jehovah. Okay. So to scribes, and this is one of the things where I can't understand the disconnect with nomina sacra. Like regardless of whether or not you want to adopt my theory or not, you have to admit that the nomina sacra, because I've gone to lengths showing, okay, it comes from Jehovah. Theophoric names, the first type of nomina sacra. TurretinFan's like, it's not nomina sacra, it's got a different name, it's a different category. It's like, oh, okay. So he's got all these different categories and he's trying to change them all around. And it's like, no, it was a modification of the holiest name of God. Okay, so when I say it's the holiest name of God, obviously I believe the name of Jesus is sufficient and that he has the name above every name. Now, the name Jesus means Jehovah is salvation, by the way. And so at the end of the day, you have the name of Jehovah is the main one, the main name. Now, they actually date manuscripts according to, this manuscript has the word Lord and the word God in nomina sacra, but not the name of, some other name like, Spirit. It doesn't have that yet. And so then as we go along, then we see these other editions, they actually date manuscripts by that. So the first one is God. First one is Lord, which is Jehovah. And so when I'm saying Jehovah is a sacred name, Jehovah is related to Jehovah is a sacred name. Jehovah is the one that they would relate to nomina sacra. I'm not just saying that just to suit my theory. This is like 1 + 1 = 2. What name, if I was to choose a name out of every name in the Bible and go, okay, which one would you think would be a candidate for nomina sacra? Jehovah would probably be up number one. It would at least be number one or number two. They'd go, maybe Adonai or Elohim or whatever. They're all the names of God. But Jehovah is, to me, Jehovah's number one. It outshines all the rest of them. And I'm like, okay, so the name of Jehovah, you expand that. If you have the expansion of the name of Jehovah and people are in agreement that that is the name of Jehovah, would you think that it could be a candidate for a nomina sacra? And this is the TurretinFan's not even no, where's he getting this strange idea from? Why is he saying that Jehovah is the purest form of the purest name of God? It's the name of Jesus. It's like, read the Bible. Read even all the way through my book at the chapter headings I've got about the name of God, and how it's to be revered in all generations and all this sort of stuff. And I'm not saying anything strange. Where does Nomina Sacra come from? What was the New Testament manuscripts? What were the first forms of Nomina Sacra? To do with kurios and theos, both from Jehovah. Okay. Now, at times you can have Lord and God coming from Adonai and Elohim as well, but you can have Jehovah and Jehovah pointing to these early forms of Nomina Sacra. And so I just can't, for the life of me, think of why TurretinFan just seems to make out that my theory is from Mars. And see, the thing is, when I'm saying Theodore Beza, he's pointed out in Revelation 1:4 that it's a Nomina Sacra. Is it a holy name? So that's the thing. Is the name Jehovah a holy name? It's probably the holy name. Okay. So is it a holy name or not? Yes or no? So Theodore Beza is pointing out that there is a holy name. And so today we call that Nomina Sacra. Today we talk about, condensing things. But with Jehovah, all the way through from the beginning right till the end of the Bible, we see the textual transmission has shown, even in the biblical text, with the Yahweh becoming like Jehoshaphat becoming Josaphat, even with the theophoric names concept, we see in the manuscripts this type of thing is constant all the way through history, that people are obsessed with this name Jehovah and amending it in certain ways. And so when we get to the last mention, this is the expansion of the name of Jehovah. Why? It's the sacred name, the number one. It's not Mary, it's not Jerusalem. This is Jehovah. And so the thing is, TurretinFan's got to discover why they have sacred names, why they have the contraction, the condensing of the words in sacred names. Because James White was like, they just did it for to save space, and just like they were just trying to save money. That's how little he thinks about the sacred names of God. TurretinFan's got to get to the point where he realizes that people were in awe of these names. They were in awe of the name of Jehovah. They were shocked at the name. They were amazed at the name. They were in awe. They thought this was incredible. They thought this was amazing. And to have the name of Jehovah expanded and just sitting there in the open, it's like I would say that TurretinFan really has to explain what Nomina Sacra is. So anyway, I'm going to leave it there. We're at the 1 hour and 9 minute mark. So I think we only went for about half an hour through this, but I really had to explain some basic things, talking about Beatus of Libana and whether it was known to the reformers. And also, a few other things. And so it's quite tiring doing that, but we've got about another hour left in this one video. And then we've probably got about another 15 hours of catch-up video to do. So we're going to be stuck in the eternal loop of Revelation 16:5, TurretinFan, and response videos. But this is my response number 27. And so thanks everyone for joining us. I really appreciate all your comments and everything like that. So so Matt Singleton dropped by and just said blah, 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 blah. And so it's like, okay, well, what do you want me to do? Just not do videos? Or how could I improve? That would be better. You can tell me what I need to do. Because he's just like, just fast forward it. Well, if I fast forwarded it, you wouldn't get what TurretinFan's said here. So that's the reason why I go through the videos meticulously and don't fast forward them, is because I want to hear what they have to say. And if I have to rewind it 10 times, I do, because that's the sort of thing that I'm doing. Okay, so God bless you guys. 1 hour and 9 minutes. And this is video number 20, part 20 of something. So God bless you guys, and we'll see you another time.